Kartika, please mute your mic. So, Kartika, please mute your mic.
ஒரு பேர் ஜாயின் ஒரு பேர் ஜாயின் பண்ணிட்டாங்க.
Good afternoon, sir.
எஸ் எஸ்
Good afternoon, sir. Welcome, sir.
எஸ் மேம். சார் ஹஸ் கம்.
We'll just call him, sir. We were just waiting. I think we can start
ஓகே.
now.
ஐ
Okay.
டாக் டு ஹிம், ஹி வில் ஜாயின்.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. I'll talk, ask Niftakar as a coordinator to do the needful. Niftakar, shall we call, sir?
Sir, good afternoon,
யா
sir. Good
யா
afternoon,
யா
sir.
குட் ஆஃப்டர்நூன். எஸ் எஸ்.
Welcome, sir. Welcome.
ஓகே ஓகே. ஐ எம் டேக்கிங் லஞ்ச்.
Oh, okay, sir. Okay. Please.
That is, otherwise you can see me. I think directly will join now. After 3 minutes, he will join.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay.
We'll wait then, huh? We'll wait for a few minutes.
Yeah, we will wait.
Okay, sir.
Hello.
Murthy, sir, please mute your mic, sir. Yeah.
Kita,
Satish sir, kindly mute your
kita
microphone.
sir, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Satish.
Abhishek, Abhishek Nair. Good afternoon, Iftagar.
Good afternoon, sir. Welcome, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
We'll start the session shortly. We are waiting for the dignitaries to join.
Okay, okay.
We'll take a couple of minutes to join to start the program.
Okay. Madam is there? Tell ma'am. Good morning, madam.
அவங்க அப்பா பேரு முகமது அப்துல். சோஃபி சோஃபி அல்லாஹ்.
Good afternoon, sir. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon,
Good
sir.
afternoon.
Good afternoon to all. I hope the
Good afternoon, sir.
yeah, started already. I hope.
No,
sir,
we're just waiting for you, sir. We'll
right,
start.
right.
Okay, okay. Thank you. I'll wait.
So we can start, sir, now.
Yeah.
Iftikhar, please go ahead.
Yeah, we'll start the program now. So, am I audible? Is it clear, ma'am?
Yes, it's clear.
Okay. So, a very good afternoon to all the dignitaries, resource persons, faculties, participants, scholars, and students. I welcome you all in the international webinar on entrepreneurship and startups, a way forward for Atma Nirbhar Bharat, organized by the Department of Social Work, Pondicherry University. We will commence the inaugural session with the university anthem.
புதுவை புதுவை புதுமையே போற்றுவோம். புதுவை பல்கலைக்கழகமே உன்னை வாழ்த்துவோம். வங்க கடலலை தாளாட்டும் ஞான சூரியன் உதிக்கும் இடம்.
இது எங்களை புலரிக்காத உலகம். எந்நாளும் அறிவு தேடல் தொடரும். அறிவூற்றை பொழியும் ஆசிரியர் அதில் தினமும் நனையும் மாணவர்கள்.
இதில் அன்று புதுவை பல்கலைக்கழகம் அறிவின் ராகம் தனியும் சோலை அகில போற்றும் கல்வி சாலை மனித வளமே என்றும் முயல புனித சேவை தொடருதே. பல்கலைக்கழகம் என்றும் வளர்ந்திட நாம் வழிபடுவோம். கல்வி சேவைகள் யாவும் காலமும் தொடர்ந்திட நாடும் வேண்டிடுவோம். புதுவை புதுவை புதுமையே போற்றுவோம்.
புதுவை பல்கலைக்கழகமே உன்னை வாழ்த்துவோம்.
Thank you. I now request Professor R. Nalini, Professor and Head, Department of Social Work, Pondicherry University, Puducherry, India, to welcome the gathering.
Thank you, Dr. Iftikhar. A very pleasant afternoon to everyone. Dear distinguished guests, experts, delegates, and participants. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all for the international webinar on entrepreneurship and startups, a way forward for Atma Nirbhar Bharat. It's my privilege to welcome Professor S. Balakrishnan, Director, Studies, Educational Innovations and Rural Reconstruction, Pondicherry University. Welcome you, sir. Thank you for responding immediately for our request to deliver the presidential address in this webinar, despite your very busy schedule and the Diwali Eve notwithstanding. Your presence and thoughts, I'm confident, will illuminate this gathering. I'm very glad to welcome Professor Murthy, our Dean, School of Social Sciences and International Studies, Pondicherry University, who is our source of support in all our endeavors. Sir, I think this is our department's fifth webinar during this COVID-19, and without you, this would not have been possible. We thank you, sir, for your guidance, and we look forward to your special address. I extend a very warm welcome to Professor Bhagavati Prakash Sharma, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Gautam Buddha University, Uttar Pradesh, India. We are grateful to you, sir, for taking out time and choosing to enrich our partners. Sir has in fact, postponed, rescheduled his travel plans for the sake of being with us in this webinar. So thank you very much, sir, for a special thank you to you for this nice gesture. And we are sure that you will enrich our participants. Their renowned expertise. Welcome, sir, to Pondicherry University. And I'm happy to welcome our distinguished keynote speaker, Mr. Gids Spoor. I hope I'm pronouncing your name. Maybe it's Gids Spoor, social entrepreneur, organic culture and fair trade, Netherlands. There's a lot of interest in India on fair trade. Our university is also involved, so we're keen on listening to you. So he's a social entrepreneur in Netherlands and India, and I'm sure his experience sharing talk will benefit the participants. With pleasure, I greet our eminent experts, Dr. G. Krishnamurthy, Director, Foundation for Catalyzing Rural Transformation from Anand, Gujarat, Ms. Anjali Skiavina, National Coordinator, Fair Trade Towns, India, Commander S. Navdeep Krishnan, retired, DGM Senior from L&T Shipbuilding, Chennai, and Mr. Shahidur Rashid Talukdar, Research Scholar, Center for Public Administration and Policy, Virginia Tech, USA, who will be speaking on some important aspects on this webinar. And it's my pleasant duty to welcome the deans of schools, heads of departments, and faculty colleagues, scholars, students from Pondicherry University, and from universities and colleges across India. My warm welcome to my colleagues, Professor Shahin Sultana, Dr. K. Anbu, Dr. C. Satish Kumar, Dr. P.B. Shankar Narayan, Dr. Iftikhar Alam, who is the coordinator of this webinar, and Dr. Ilamurgu Manikam. I extend a warm welcome to all the participants individually for this webinar, and I'm sure you will have this very good learning experience from this webinar, which is maybe one of its kind, because Atma Nirbhar Bharat is also a very new concept. And so I would like to conclude with the words of M.K. Gandhi. In a gentle way, you can shake the world. And I think this movement towards self-reliance will be, a big step for us. And I look forward to this webinar. Thank you very much. And now it's over to Dr. Iftikhar Alam. Welcome you all once again.
Thank you, ma'am, for your warm welcome and setting the tone for the program. I take the opportunity now to present the scope of the webinar. The clarion call of Atmanirbhar Bharat, or self-reliant India, has resonated throughout the country with a renewed perspective and zeal to turn into movement of looking inwards to our potentials, our resources, our issues, and finally build collaborative attitude and practices within a community. The fact is, this very idea of building communities by bridging issues with local communities, local resources, and developing collaborative attitude in the community are deeply rooted in social work profession, its principles and strategies, and so as to achieve the final goal of self-reliance. The entrepreneurship and startup have potential to convert these challenges into opportunities at micro and macro level. Particularly, social entrepreneurship pursues the dual mission of economic viability by attracting consumers from bottom of the pyramid, and social change by promoting livelihood opportunities in the community, with the objective of enhancing income, reducing variance in income, reducing migration, organizing producers, and enhancing money circulation in the local economy, which has become more relevant in the recent or current pandemic. This webinar has been conceived to promote entrepreneurial ecosystem in the country at the backdrop of National Innovation and Startup Policy 2019. It has both policy relevance and practical implications owing to the current crisis. I hope this webinar will enlighten us about the ways and means to accomplish the goal of Atma Nirbhar Bharat. I'm immensely pleased to share that we have a wide array of dignitaries and resource persons, including successful entrepreneurs in this program, deliberating upon issues and challenges of achieving self-reliance and bringing down these valuable ideas to academicians, researchers, stakeholders, and more importantly, the vibrant youth of the country. I'm glad to share that the program has received overwhelming response from the participants far and wide. With this note, I conclude and convey my heartfelt gratitude to all the dignitaries and resource persons for accepting our invitation, and thanks to faculties, scholars, and students in organizing this program. Thank you. May I now request our Dean, Professor P. Dean, School of Social Sciences and International Studies, Pondicherry University, to deliver a special address.
Yes. Am I audible? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Is
Yes,
it okay?
sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Good evening. This is a great occasion. Once again created by social work. I'm happy as a Dean of the School of Social Sciences and International Studies to see various activities that are carried, especially by social work department. As I know, social work is highly active departments in our university, which really involved in COVID-related activities. We were helping out pandemic, period. Many people, and the head of the Department of Social Work deserves accolade for that. The entire team was very much involved in helping out poor community in Pondicherry Union Territory. With this brief backdrop, I would like to say the seminar is very greatly relevant in this present world due to COVID pandemic situation all over the world prevailing. And in fact, this Atma Nirbhar Bharat is a very significant one that focuses on three important areas that you all know. You are all familiar with this subject areas. I would like to say that the self-reliant India, self-sufficient India, and not self-centered India. These are the three important concepts highlighted by our Prime Minister very recently on May 2020. And based on that, there are so many economic packages came out, and poor people are helped. Entrepreneurs supposed to help the poor people, and for that reasons, this webinar is becoming very significant one. I don't want to dwell on various issues because there are so many experts, resource persons, including the Vice Chancellor. One Vice Chancellor is here. I'm very happy to have all these potential resource persons here under the leadership of our Pro Vice Chancellor Director Balakrishnan. I really welcome Balakrishnan sir because he is a man behind me and he is a man behind the university system. Every dean of the university is greatly being motivated by Professor Balakrishnan, and he is a person, very humble and simple man, but he is very much action oriented. I feel all of you here participating will be action oriented. For the last this 2-day seminar, I think this seminar has to bring in light for motivating youngsters, and youngsters should come forward to build the bond of relationship with the international community so as to help each other and to meet out this entire goals that set by the Atma Nirbhar Bharat. I really thank all of you for great participations. I think the deliberation will be fruitful and you will have definitely a set goal and you will reach that goal. I wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, I request Professor R. Nalini to introduce our guest, Professor Bhagwati Prakash Sharma. Ma'am, please unmute your mic. Please unmute your mic.
Sorry, Nirbhar. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. It's my pleasure to introduce to this gathering Professor B.P. Sharma, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Gautama Buddha University, Uttar Pradesh, India, She's an expert on global trade scenario in the WTO, free trade agreements, economic globalization, patents, investment measures, business environment, socio-cultural values and trends, etc. He has been keen observer and a regular commentator on all the aforesaid issues. Ever since the launch of Uruguay round of the talks for the formation of WTO, he has been participating and keenly studying the MTAs in the biannual ministerial conferences of the WTO since 2003. A visionary on management and globally renowned expert on global business and economic scenario, and having an in-depth understanding of the dynamics of global trade policy, interpersonal effectiveness, work engagements, organizational culture, and transformational leadership, he enjoys a reputation of a nationally renowned consultant on intellectual property rights, industry clusters, zero-based budgeting, competition law, and free trade agreements. So welcome you, sir, once again. And now we are over to you, sir, for the inaugural address.
Thank you, Professor Nalini, the esteemed galaxy of academic luminaries, the director, the dean, HODs, faculty members, scholars, delegates. It gives me immense pleasure to talk on entrepreneurship and startups, particularly in a country like India, which has a continental character. If we have a look on our demographic dividend, almost we are home to largest youth population, 20% of the global youth population. We are having the largest number of micro, small and medium enterprises in the world, almost 6 crore 34 lakhs. And besides this, India is characterized with the third largest ecosystem for startups. But the challenge is even more formidable because our population is almost equal to the entire population of Europe and Latin America. That is, we equal the population of almost 76 countries of 50 countries of Europe and 26 countries of Latin America. And at present, around 7% people are employed in organized sector, maybe in government jobs or various organized sectors. And therefore, 93% people have to earn their livelihood either in the informal sector or by being self-employed or through various modes. And therefore, entrepreneurship is the lifeblood for the livelihood of people across the country. And particularly when we talk of civilizational antiquity, and Rig Veda has been considered to be the most ancient book by all the historians of the world. And what do I see? That India must have had a decentralized manufacturing in those days also. Because present day we define capital as produced means of production. But in Rig Veda, the definition of capital is the productive assets of families are defined as capital. And it means families were entrepreneurial units during that era. And therefore, what do I feel? That at present also we have to think of developing a culture of entrepreneurship and startups among the masses, so that every passing out graduate or postgraduate thinks of providing employment to others. He should think of acting as job provider instead of just act as job seeker. So we have to transform the culture of the country's academic institutions by organizing various such entrepreneurship development programs or developing a flair for setting up startups. As on date, when we see the scenario, then we find that almost 90% of the startups fail within first 5 years of their establishment. But about 40% of the startups which are brought by some incubation center, they survive. and almost more than 50% of the incubation centers are being run by universities and colleges. And from this, that we, the universities and colleges, have a responsibility to have very effective incubation centers or accelerators on our campuses to motivate the students. However, everyone cannot think of establishing a startup. So a startup means based upon the emerging technology, or they are in the sunrise sectors. The conventional enterprises are also of immense value in India. At present, we are having more than 400 micro, small, and medium scale enterprise related industry clusters. So, on the one hand, the youth can be encouraged to set up any enterprise related with the local industry cluster. Or if we can sensitize the students to establish a startup of their own, then also I think the students can be motivated in that direction. But when we see the as on date, there are not more than 50,000 government recognized startups in a country of 135 crores. And therefore, we have to bank largely upon the conventional entrepreneurship for various brick and mortar products. If we go into the historical background, then in India, we almost had 1,049 industries reserved for small scale manufacturing. But actually, during the phase of economic globalization, when we signed the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, coming under the domain of the World Trade Organization, there we had to do away with all sort of restrictions on imports. India was having quantitative restrictions almost on 2,700 products. And that is, we restricted import of all those products which were reserved for small scale sector. But since under the agreement of GATT, it had remained no more possible for any government to ban any sort of imports or restrict the quantitative imports or restrict the quantity of imports or to canalize the imports. Even two cases were leveled against India in the dispute settlement body of the WTO, and we lost both the cases, and therefore we had to remove the quantitative restrictions. And when the import restrictions had to be removed on all those sectors which were reserved for small scale industries, and therefore it remained no more feasible to have reservation, because if importers were ready to dump those products in India, then there was no point in restricting the large scale or medium scale sector from within the country to set up enterprises for those kinds of products. And therefore, we had done away with all these reservations. Now, after the COVID, we are moving towards a phase of reverse globalization. Though a process of deglobalization had started when US imposed large number of restrictions on Chinese imports and other imports, and even UK and various other European Union countries also started imposing various restrictions on foreign investment, and even countries like Singapore and all the countries, they were adhering to deglobalization. And now almost the whole world is moving towards reverse globalization. And therefore, and even the government of India has also imposed restriction on several imports. And even they have made it mandatory to obtain a license prior to importing certain products. And many other restrictions, anti-dumping duties have been imposed, level playing or countervailing duties have been imposed. And therefore, I think now it is high time that we should again go for some sort of reservation of certain products in the small scale sector to encourage employment in the country. Another important challenge which I do see is that almost more than 250 industry clusters coming under the Ministry of MSME are experiencing technological obsolescence, and that is why a large number of small and medium enterprises are in red. For instance, in Uttar Pradesh itself, Firozabad was known for glass manufacturing, and just 5 years back or 7 years back, there were more than 500 glass product manufacturing units. But now their number has come down to 150 because of either due to Chinese dumping or dumping from United Arab Emirates or something like that. Even when we take up the case of textiles, India had 6.5% share in the world export of textiles. Now our share has come down to less than 3%. Even Bangladesh and Vietnam are now having more than 6% share in the world export of textiles. In India, textile sector is the largest means of employment after agriculture and tourism. Almost 1 crore 20 lakh, that is 12 million people are employed in the textile sector, and another 15 million, that is 1 crore 50 lakh people are employed in home-based garment manufacturing. So in all, 2 crore 70 lakh people are finding employment in textile sector, and therefore to do away the technological obsolescence in textile sector is essential to protect the existing units and to encourage new entrepreneurs to enter into this field. So the same case applies in most of the other sectors wherever we have been experiencing such a technological obsolescence. Another important thing which is, I think India has to think of some sort of techno-nationalism or developing homegrown technologies, particularly when we are in the mid of fourth industrial revolution, and mechatronics, automation, robotics, all these have been picking up. In addition to this, artificial intelligence is also gaining ground very fast, and probably within next 2 to 3 years, artificial intelligence would be more versatile than electricity or petroleum. And most of the products would be based upon artificial intelligence. And at present, India is almost a decade behind the countries which are holding comfortable position or are doing advanced researches. For example, Chinese companies have developed algorithms on the basis of simple X-rays of the lungs through big data analysis and deep learning. And they have developed AI-based products through which they can predict by simply an X-ray film of a patient, X-ray film of the lungs of any person, and they can predict that shall this person be developing lung cancer anytime in his or her life within next 2 to 3 years, and if so, when. And therefore now when this kind of algorithms are being developed through artificial intelligence and machine learning and deep learning, etc., then certainly right from a small dispensary, whether in Pondicherry or Greater Noida, or large multi-facility, multi-specialty hospitals like Apollo or AIMS, every healthcare entity would be importing those softwares. For example, Google has developed an algorithm just from a simple X-ray of retina of a person. They can predict how much heart blockage he would be having after how much time. Similarly, even like Illinois University, and there are many other corporate entities, they have developed a crop yield prediction software through AI. That is, when the farmer has sown corn, when what was the soil report, what kind of fertilizers and nutrients he has applied, what had been the temperature and humidity throughout the weeks after sowing the corn, and therefore they can predict that when this crop of corn, maize, shall ripen, and how much would be the yield. Similarly, such algorithms are being developed for every crop. And even nowadays in healthcare also, as we have already discussed. And for example, the Ford Motor Company in its unit at Sanand in Gujarat has replaced more than 50% labor with robots, imported robots. And therefore, India has to develop all such kinds of solutions for based on AI. It would not be out of place that even in defense also. For example, we have been fighting very hard on our Bangladesh border to stop infiltration, but we couldn't do it. Israel has done it very easily. They developed a robot called Guardian, which can run in the desert at a velocity of 50 kilometers per hour. And they have developed sensors. And they have installed sensors throughout their border, which can detect any trespasser from a distance of 50 meters. And when the sensor detects the trespasser, it sends signals to the Guardian, the robot, which can run at a velocity of 50 kilometers per hour in the desert. It starts running from there and it naps the infiltrator. So my purpose is to that now we have to just develop our youth. That's most of the startups or most of the such projects which are coming up, like delivery of vegetables at home or like supply chain, these products. But unless we develop the technology, it would be difficult. Even at present, when we see India has got reduced in a country of assembly lines, and therefore another impediment which I do see in the way of entrepreneurship is that there is no original equipment manufacturing in the downstream value chain of various products being assembled in India. Just I take a small case of like toy cars. I'm not talking of metro rails which are being assembled by Bombardier or Alstom or Thales, etc. Under the Make in India, they are bringing completely knocked down kits or components and just assembling. And that is why India is thinking of only skilling people. That is, they have to do either soldering or screw driving or spanner, using the spanner, etc. in the assembling of the products. Now, I'm leaving all those products. I'm coming to the toys. Almost 90% toys are being today imported. 10 years back, almost 90% of the toys were being manufactured domestically. So now if a toy car has to be manufactured, then that toy car manufacturer has to order a die for plastic molding. And that order would be not less than 10 to 12 million rupees. And therefore, a die developer would be getting the job if we would be manufacturing that toy car within India instead of importing. Now, what has happened? Many of the Chinese manufacturers, just to put the brand made in India, they are assembling it. They are bringing completely knocked down kit. That is the plastic body of the car. They are bringing the coil also. So now, if a toy car is manufactured being run by cell, then a small toy car, maybe of 50 rupees or 100 rupees, for manufacturing that toy car, the toy car manufacturer shall have to buy a small coil from a SSI unit which manufactures coil. So a coil manufacturing unit would thrive. And if most of the toy cars would be manufactured indigenously, then large number of coil manufacturing units would come up. After that, if that coil manufacturer, he would be requiring enameled wire. So a large number of units to do wire enameling would come up. And when wire enameling is over, then the wire enameling company would be requiring copper wire. So a large number of copper drawing machine based enterprises would be coming up. And then that copper drawing machine owner will be requiring copper wire and their copper ingot. So in the downstream value chain, if we go for the manufacture of various components and inputs, then only we can provide or develop an ecosystem for a small scale manufacturing. So particularly, on the one hand, we have to protect Indian markets by imposing certain protective tariffs. And on the other hand, we have to develop manufacturing ecosystem for all these original equipment. That is another thing. Third thing is we have to identify various sunrise sectors and that care has to be taken. Now, just taking one more example, I shall be coming how the universities and colleges can develop a culture of entrepreneurship or to bring startups. For example, these days, the technology company Dell has predicted that after 2030, what kind of jobs would exist on the earth. 85% of them are yet to be invented or envisioned. For example, our government has declared that after 2030, government shall not be allowing any of the fossil fuel cars or fossil fuel automobiles in the country, just because they create a lot of pollution. So now people would be moving towards electric vehicles, right from bike, cars, tractors, trucks, all vehicles. Now, there are more than 80 to 90,000 small, medium, and large scale units which are manufacturing the components for petrol and diesel engine. 2,000 parts are required for a diesel or petrol engine, and therefore large number of units have been manufacturing those parts of the petrol or diesel engine. Now it would be replaced by a small electric drive, and so instead of making engines of petrol and diesel driven engines, in India we'll have to manufacture the electric drives, and electric drives hardly have 20 components, and they also require very little repair and maintenance. But still in India we have not developed the technology for electric drives. And therefore, what would happen? The engine manufacturing units would be vanishing. All the engine mechanics who have been repairing and maintaining our automobile engines throughout the country, they would also become redundant. And now all of them would be replaced by electric drive, these engines. And therefore, in every sector, I am not taking much of the time in such examples, but in every sector, whether these would be self-driven cars or everywhere, we would be needing to envision what changes are likely to take place as a result of the emergence of the fourth industrial revolution. We are already in the mid of the fourth industrial revolution. So, on the one hand, we have to envision the sunrise sectors and sunrise technologies which are likely to emerge. Then only our students can be equipped to set up some sunrise enterprises in the sunrise sectors. That is another important issue. Even when we take up this example, then we find that even in case of when I talk to my faculty members who have been teaching management, when I talk to those faculty members that are you learning machine learning based predictive analysis? When I ask somebody who is in human resource management, he says, sir, what is the relevance of machine learning for me? But then I have to remind that, say, for example, IBM has to predict attrition rate for the 1.5 lakh software developers the company has hired in India, and it would be requiring a machine learning based predictive analysis tool. And even when some bank or financial technology company would be making an assessment before the grant of loan, then for detecting any possibility of fraud, it may use the machine learning based predictive analysis techniques. So right from management, as we have already talked of crop protection, crop yield prediction, or it is in the field of healthcare or everywhere. So that way we have to, in our teaching also, we have to equip the students that they can take up these various occupations, or they can come up with such enterprises in these areas. Now, coming to the major issue, how to inculcate the entrepreneurial bent of mind among the students. That is very essential, because it is easy said than done. To develop a culture for setting up own enterprise among the students, I think we have to do or conduct a large number of idea generation contests in our colleges and universities. And if we would be, say for example, these days people do not use wristwatch, just everybody sees the time from the mobile. But now wearable products have been developed, in the morning walk, how many steps you have taken, how many kilometers you have walked, what is your blood pressure, what is your blood sugar. All these can be estimated or measured through those wearable products which are replacing these wristwatches. Now, if we ask our students of electronics or computer science, that all right, what extra attributes can be added in the wearable products, then they can think of developing some idea of better wearable products. Or likewise, even if when we ask the students, maybe with respect to various other products, what other kind of products can be developed. For example, in India, we do not have the culture of obtaining patents. India hardly applies for 50,000 patents per annum, international patents. China registers almost more than 13 lakh patents every year. Even 15 these days, it is 15 lakh patents per annum. So 50,000 and 15 lakh. There is a lot of difference, and that is why China and India both are having like almost equal population. We are having 17.4% of global population share. China 17.6%, and China is having 18.4%. But we are having only 3% contribution in world manufacturing. China has 28% share in world manufacturing just before the COVID. So, if we have to think of developing ever newer products, whether in the sunrise sectors or in the conventional sectors, somewhere we have to be more innovative in our teaching, that our students also go for some innovative products. I think there is nothing in the tea kettle, but there are 124 patents of tea kettle. चाय की केतली में कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन चाय की केतली के भी 124 डिजाइन लोगों ने डेवलप करके उसमें पैटेंट्स ले रखे हैं. मेरा कहने का मतलब यह है कि we should encourage our students for innovativeness and develop ever newer such product concepts, that what kind of product concepts they can go with. So it may be herbal medicines, or it may be electronic products, or it may be simple food products, or even here I would like to divert a bit. India is endowed with largest arable area. दुनिया की सबसे ज्यादा खेती योग्य जमीन भारत के पास है. Almost more than 16 crore hectares, out of which 7 crore hectares is irrigated. The water which is going waste is in the ocean without being utilized is almost 20 crore hectare meters, from which we can easily increase our irrigation potential to 14 crore hectares. And in that case, we can feed almost 2/3 of the global population. That is, we can feed almost 500 crore people, and India can become the food power of the world. But at present, if we see, the farm sector is under high stress because the farmer is not getting the remunerative price for his product. Now, we cannot help the farmer in getting 2 rupees per kilogram more for his wheat or rice or for potato or tomato or anything like that, because then it increases the price inflation. So we have to make farmer partner in the food system. That is, if we can locate zero technology and low technology industries in the rural area. That is, if instead of selling wheat, if a farmer is engaged in grinding the wheat, atta, maida, suji, bread, cake, pastry, all these products, if we can help the farmer to have some farmer producer organization, some village level cooperative or some village level enterprise or something like that. For example, in Uttar Pradesh, we have almost 35 lakh tons of surplus potato production over and above the consumption demand and seed demand. But Farrukhabad is the largest potato market of Asia. But there are no value addition units, aloo ki chips or potato powder, or we do not have such units. So actually what is needed is that the farm crops of villages should not go out without some value addition. Maybe tomato sauce, maybe tomato paste, maybe potato chips, or whatever crop is being produced We have to think of that. Now, a farmer cannot set up all such enterprises, and he cannot be the part of food system. But if in our universities and colleges we introduce a program, maybe of 6 credits or 4 credits, with 2 papers or 3 papers, and if we incorporate various I can say aspects of village level enterprise and farmer producer organization. That is, we train him in how to set up a farmer producer organization, how to set up a village level enterprise, how to set up a producers cooperative for the villagers, or how to set up an off farmer producer organization, or what kind of value additions can be done, what is the technology for adding value to various agriculture crops, right from food grains to vegetables, oil seeds, for all these products, milk, etc. We have to train the students into that. And this course should be available to all streams: BA, BSc, BCom, BTech, Polytechnic, Diploma, and all other programs. So any student would be having option to adopt this integrated rural development program of say 6 credits comprising 3 papers or something like that, 1 in each year of the graduation. And then if he or she migrates to his or her native place, and in that block or in that village or in the taluk, if he takes up some steps to set up an enterprise by making all the farmers part of that food system, that is by floating some village level cooperative or some farmer producer organization or something like that, then I think he can make the farmers, almost we have 50% population dependent upon agriculture. So we can improve the livelihood of almost 50% people who are dependent upon agriculture by rolling out such value-added products of the crops. So I think that can do a miracle, and the products being made by these village level enterprises, if they are of good quality, export worthy, then I think we can do a lot. And already we are having 3 crore tons of surplus food grain production. As I have said, potato, tomato in pockets, all these products sometimes the farmer has to throw away. And that is why the buzzword for entrepreneurship in 2020 should be to make the farmer part of food system. And to make the farmer part of food system, all our universities and colleges have to introduce courses at least of 6 credit and comprising 3 papers for technology of value addition in agriculture crops, the management of village level enterprises, procedure of setting up village level enterprises. That is, the student should be prepared for that. Now, coming back to my original issue, that as I have said, that our universities and colleges should have incubation centers, and those incubation centers commence or run or conduct idea generation contest. Then from those ideas, whatever are feasible, we have to support the students to develop their project feasibility report or project report for that enterprise. And then I think when a student prepares a good project report, we have to develop some angel investors associations in every town, wherever universities and colleges are located. We should identify such angel investors who may be ready to fund the products of such passing out graduates who have some good idea. And even we have to tie up with the venture capital funds, because venture capital funds and angel investors, they are the lifeline for promoting startups as well as various other kinds of enterprises. So there would be funding. So we should organize the idea generation contest. Then we should have a long roll of advisors for project feasibility development, etc. So we can engage some chartered accountants or some faculty members of management or something like that, who can help the graduating students to develop the project reports, and we have to mobilize the support of angel investors and venture capital funds so that they get enough funding. And therefore, what do I feel that the universities and colleges should hectically work for this. Another important thing is if we can think of university industry research roundtables, and wherein if we can get some contract research projects from the industry for our students, that can do a miracle. Now, just I will be diverting from here to a little bit to social entrepreneurship, because automation is to come. Robotics already, as I have said, Ford Motor Company has replaced 50% of its labor in Sanand from robots. And the way automation is coming up, there may be job losses. Besides this, now software development would also be replaced by artificial intelligence-based products, and therefore even large number of software developers may also turn redundant. And due to this joblessness, if we can develop a culture for social entrepreneurship, because social entrepreneurship has vast and immense scope. India has variety of ethnic food. India has variety of classical music. India has variety of folk dances, folk music, and many other such things, attributes. We are a very rich civilization. So we have to develop social entrepreneurship. Now, Kheer Mohan being produced in the Gangapur city near Alwar can be a good sweet to be marketed throughout the country. There are drums and various other musical instruments throughout the country, and they can also be used for social entrepreneurship. There are folk dances, there are many things. So India also has to develop a flair for social entrepreneurship. Another important thing which I think we can do is rural tourism, adventure tourism, etc. The kind of topography India has, like for example in Pondicherry you are having coastal regions and or say in Rajasthan they have desert safaris, they have Aravalli mountains, or like that everywhere in the country. We have to think of adventure tourism, we have to think of rural tourism, ecotourism. So actually we have to think of non-conventional business areas of business opportunities to engage our youth. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for us to provide livelihood. Even today, hardly 39% of the people from the age of 16 to 64 are having jobs. So people in the age of employment are almost more than 50% are jobless. So if we have to engage them fruitfully in some meaningful jobs, then even when I go to rural areas, I find that mostly the farmlands are being looked after by the women. Agriculture is getting feminized, and most of the men folk, they are traveling or commuting to 50 to 100 kilometers every day and doing some petty job of security guard or something like that. So somewhere if we can develop a bent of entrepreneurship, I would be finishing with 3 live examples that what we can do. One example is that in 1946, British government established the Bombay Milk Scheme, and they engaged the Paulson Limited to collect milk from entire Gujarat and Maharashtra. And the people of the farmers of Kheda was only a block then, and today it is a district of Gujarat. So farmers of Kheda are 126 farmers who had less than 2 liters of per day sellable milk. They were able to muster about 247 liters of milk. Even for 2 liters per farmer, it required 252 liters of milk. So and then they made a cooperative, and they approached the Bombay Milk Scheme, almost 425 kilometers away from Kheda. And they said that we would be supplying the milk from our own cooperative directly to you. We will not be selling it to the Bombay, this Paulson Limited. And ultimately, this venture grown. A large number of farmers subsequently joined. So originally it was a cooperative which delivered 246 liters of milk every day at 425 kilometers distance from Kheda to Mumbai. Ultimately, it has become Amul brand of 38,000 crores rupees turnover. And almost 22 states have copied their three-tier milk marketing model. And today, 15 million, 1.5 crore people are connected with that three-tier milk marketing federations in various, in around 22 states. And India has become the largest milk producing country, and the world average of milk per day per capita is 350 milliliter. India has 475 milliliters of per day per capita milk availability because of these three-tier marketing cooperatives. And this was the idea of the illiterate farmers, so poor farmers that even they did not had at the time in 1946 2 liters of sellable milk per day. And another example which I would like to mention, because many feminine members are there, and I like to give that example, Kiran Majumdar Shah. She is the richest lady of India. And when she established her Biocon, at the time she was having 10,000 rupees and one rented garage. She approached the banks. Banks said that, look, you have nothing except these 10,000 rupees and one rented garage. So we cannot give you any loan without a collateral security. But she did not lose her heart. She continued her research in biopharmaceuticals. And today, Kiran Majumdar Shah's Biocon is the India's largest biopharmaceuticals company and world's fifth largest biopharmaceuticals company, exporting life-saving drugs to 109 countries. So she did not lose her heart at that time. She established the Biocon with those 10,000 rupees in a rented garage, and she continued with the research in biopharmaceuticals. Gradually, her products started becoming popular. Then she brought public issue. अपने शेयर बाजार में जारी की है. Her public issue was oversubscribed 30 times. She became the richest lady of the country. Now, I love to give her example, not because of her entrepreneurial success, but her success in motivating her mother. When Kiranji lost her father, at the time the age of the mother of Kiranji was 64 years, Yaminiji Majumdar. And she advised her mother, she being richest lady of the country, she could feed her mother well. But she motivated her mother that, Mom, why don't you do something of your own? So at the age of 64, normally people retire at 60. She established a laundry business. And today, at the age of 88 years, she is running that business independently with more than 100 executives and employees. So why do I want to give? Now, if Kiranji can motivate her 64 years old mother, then we teachers, professors, assistant professors, and all this, we can do the miracle. If we can motivate our young students, if Kiranji can motivate her mother at the age of 64. So I think my time slot is also almost over. I have outstripped 5 minutes, so I'm sorry for that. But what do I feel? That in India, if we have tremendous potential for entrepreneurship, and with the third largest talent of technical pool, and with the largest arable area, with largest number of micro, small and medium enterprises, and with largest number, India can occupy the front rank among all the advanced nations if we can develop a culture of entrepreneurship across all our educational institutions. With this, I conclude my deliberations and convey my thanks and compliments to all of you that in time to come, we become successful in motivating our students. And I also convey my compliments on the eve of Deepavali, that I convey my best compliments to all of the participants and their family members. And once again, I convey my thanks to the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for delivering an inspiring talk, mentioning diverse sector resources to be explored for startup and entrepreneurship. In fact, I feel it worth mentioning about sir here is that it was his deliberation sometime back in a faculty development program which I attended. I participated, motivated me to initiate this program with the approval and support of Pondicherry University Authority. Sir, I assure you that we'll will bring all your ideas, innovative teaching, action, idea generation among students, and promote this kind of entrepreneurial ecosystem in the campus and in the country. And this is going to be a way forward for triggering this entrepreneurial attitude among the students, so that we can have more and more number of, and whatever your 30 minutes lecture was packed. I think it was not enough. Time was not enough for you. You have taken a whole day explaining this. Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us. We are very grateful to you for your blessings. Thank you.
It is equally reciprocal. I'm also thankful to you for, I think I have also got an opportunity to share my views with all of you. Thank you.
We wanted that only, sir. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. So, may I now request Dr. C. Satish Kumar to introduce our guest, Guy Spoo, for the keynote address. Our director will join the group in the meeting soon. So he has some work. So he has gone. He will be joining soon. So we can request Guy Spoo for keynote address.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible? I hope.
Yes, sir. You're audible.
Okay. So thank you very much for the wonderful opportunity. I'm also equally glad to introduce my good friend Guy Spoo. We have association with him from the year 2008 onwards. I suppose used to come to my home. Also, we had a nice time with the guys. Introduced by Dr. Siva, my first scholar, PhD scholar. Right now, he is in California University. Thank you very much. Hi, guys. Spoo. I'm happy to introduce you. He's a social entrepreneur with a background in organic agriculture and fair trade. His specialties are sustainable textiles, supply chain development, rural development, hybrid profit and non-profit organization development, strategy, systems, thinking, and fair trade, organic agriculture and alternative economy. His inspiration comes from having lived on an organic farm in Rajasthan, India, and having learned how to farm and sell, design projects, and mobilize communities for social change. His mentor is former Inderdan Detta, Barunda village, Jodhpur. His current interests are self-reliant communities, localization of currencies and food systems, and alternatives to air travel. He pledged not to fly anymore, so he is seeking ways to journey between India, where he lives with my family, and Europe, where his mother lives. So we have associated with the department is associated with TN, an organization, TN Forum. When he was in Auroville, our students, MSW students, placed there, and since 2008 onwards, we have good association with guys. So I'm happy to welcome him. Now over to guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. So I wanted to actually see if we can make this a little bit interactive. I prepared a little presentation, so we're going to try and share my screen in a minute. But there's not this function of like raising hands. I think maybe people can use the chat, and you can just say yes in the chat if you are considering yourself an entrepreneur. Farhan is already an entrepreneur. Yeah, just say yes if you're considering yourself an entrepreneur. Anjali we know is an entrepreneur. Anybody else considers themselves an entrepreneur? Because this topic somebody decided that this talk should be about entrepreneurship. And I'm wondering if there are more people who consider themselves an entrepreneur. We only have 2 entrepreneurs out of 97 participants. Or people don't know how to use the chat. Ah, Mira is also an entrepreneur. Or potential entrepreneur is also fine. 3 out of 97. Mohammed is aspiring to be one. Great. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Thank you. Yeah, it's strange to talk to a screen and not knowing if there's anybody behind the screen. Okay, so 4 people. Oh, Annette also. Hopefully. 5 people. Still a very, very small minority. Okay, maybe I'll share my my screen. Oh, I can even share a window. Check that out. Ah, Shreya is also hoping to be one. Let's see. Select window or screen share. Whoa. Okay. Cannot allow permanent access to your screen. Oh, okay. How about this? Does anybody seeing any screen that I'm sharing, or is it not working? Not really. Otherwise, if I send you the file, maybe you can also share it if you want.
Yeah, we'll share it.
Yeah.
We'll share it. Wait a minute.
Mega, no. Good. I'm happy to hear that. All right. So if the guy might be sharing a screen sometime soon. And yeah, basically, I wanted to share a little bit about my experience with social entrepreneurship. The previous speaker already alluded to that this might be a good idea. It's also really complicated, and yeah, even this whole idea that we need lots of entrepreneurs to solve societal problems, I think we can get a little carried away with that. Yeah, fine. Must grant permission in order to share screen. Okay. That it's one of these things that becomes like a fashion, and at one point, everybody's talking about we should have more entrepreneurs, or we should have more social entrepreneurs. Actually, a term that I resonate more is change maker. We definitely need more people to take initiative and take responsibility to change systems that are not working for us right now. I think if we talk about self-reliance, it's a response to something which you can call the opposite of self-reliance, which is dependency on this anonymous global capitalist market-based monster where nobody cares where anything is from. Previous speaker was already alluding to China can take over markets because nobody's asking any questions about worker and conditions or environmental conditions. So this is how I interpret this call for self-reliance, is as a kind of rebellion against this anonymous capitalist model. So entrepreneurship is often interpreted as running a business or making money. I don't really see it like that, and especially I think if you aspire to be a social entrepreneur, it's hard to keep seeing it like that. I see entrepreneurship as a creative art of meeting needs. Yes, Shiva is presenting. Yay, here you go. Da, da, da. Sovereignty. All right, so yeah, next one, if you can. Yeah, it's happening. Check it out. Yeah, thanks. Next one, Shiva. Yeah, thank you. So this current situation which we have, like I said, we've got this anonymous globalized market. We have this addiction, which Vandana Shiva calls the monoculture of the mind. I was happy that the previous speaker was talking about agriculture. I am a big fan of agriculture and organic farming. But we all know that you don't get a healthy crop, you don't get a healthy soil, you don't get a healthy farm, you don't get a healthy farmer, you don't get a healthy society by adopting a monoculture. Because what you're doing is you're trying to maximize only one part of reality and you externalize everything else. So I have a lot of experience in growing cotton, and I can tell you that if you try to grow only cotton, then lots of insects and diseases are going to come and visit your farm because it's not resilient. No, if one thing breaks, the whole thing breaks. The opposite of that would be a polyculture, where if one thing breaks, okay, you've got something else that can take its place. So right now we're doing this to our brains. We're believing that the market, that capitalism, that money is the only game in town. Which brings me to the next point. If you start to worship money, like, oh, look at who's the richest person in the country, or look at how fast this person, got from poor to rich. Again, you're reducing your life to a very small number of indicators. And as we have seen with most people who work for money in offices, it takes over your personal life. You forsake your friends, you forsake your family, you forsake things that you love, like being in nature, being with your children, because you have to earn money. So what it's been doing, it's replacing our need for purpose and meaning with something which is artificial. It's man-made. It's just a piece of paper that we agree to use to exchange things. But it has completely dominated our culture. Now we're talking about an entrepreneurial culture. Implicit in that is, we want a money-seeking, maximizing culture. So third thing that's going wrong is we are waging a war on not just nature in general. We are going through the 6th mass extinction. I think we're losing 200 species. I mean, these numbers are so ridiculous that I don't even know if it's 200 species per day or per week or per month or per year. But we're using species at an alarming rate. I think we killed off already like 70% of all species on the planet. We've got a climate emergency. And it's not that we're doing this to nature. Nature will be fine if there's no humans. We're doing it to ourselves. We're doing it to the future, the livability of this planet. This is the only planet we know. And thereby also we're doing it to our own identity as a living creature, we're animal, as a living organism on this planet. So it's like mass suicide. I know these are really strong words, but I very, very strongly feel that we are hitting a dead end in the current system, in the current situation. And now that finally we've voted, or the Americans have voted Trump out of office, but still half the Americans have voted for him. And unfortunately in India, it's not much different. We are living in these algorithm-based Facebook bubbles, WhatsApp group bubbles, where we're not open to what's happening outside of our limited circle of people who already think like us. And in this situation, a leader with an existing following can tell anything to their followers and they'll just swallow it. We've lost the ability to critically question, what is coming from outside, whether it is from above or from the side. We live in a post-truth era where fake news is as good as any news. So this is the dystopian reality at which we find each other, unfortunately. Next slide. Let's see if we can make it better. Yeah, thank you. So we've got some options, fortunately. There's not only one way. The dystopian option, you can hear my preference here, is where we've got some, one religion, one nation, one model, one technology path scenario, which is the way I see it right now, the business as usual scenario. So this only works if you can externalize everything that you don't like. You can externalize environmental costs, social costs. You can scapegoat anybody who looks, sounds, smells, or believes different than you. And unfortunately, it can go on for a very, very long time. I'm from the Netherlands. My country was, overrun by the Nazis in 1940, and it was not. How do you say that? Fascism is a very powerful force, and I think we should be on the lookout for it at all times. So, neoliberalism is the economic model which comes with this, where we don't care about citizens, we only care about consumers. As long as you buy things, we listen to you. And we don't listen to you, as a whole being. We just listen to you in terms of your procurement preferences. Everything in neoliberalism has become marketable. Government agencies are privatized and services are outsourced to companies, and they compete on the open market. This is our approach to economy. Then finally, the approach to technology. So in the business as usual case, we believe that we can fix everything through technology. We have a social problem, we throw artificial intelligence at it. We have a agriculture problem, we throw genetic engineering at it. We have a climate change problem, we throw geoengineering at it. Unfortunately, this path, brings us further and further and further from nature, from each other, and from any other possibilities. This is a kind of how do you call that? The path is getting narrower and narrower and narrower and narrower. All right, then scenario number 2. Scenario number 2 is something that I was a strong believer in till very recently. So I started my social entrepreneurial career launching a company in fair trade and organic cotton, and I wanted to integrate indigenous knowledge from Indian farmers. Right now, there's a lot of focus on Indic wisdom, dusting off all the Yoga Sutras and seeing what was actually mentioned in there, and all these very wise books about leadership and management and economy. It's still very one culture, one India focused. What would be the economy that fits that? It would be an economy where, I like this saying by Herman Daly, who says the market is a good slave but a bad master. The market serves the people, not the other way around. You would have strong countervailing parties. You have strong civil society to keep government and market in check. This is something that, like I said, in the Netherlands, I'm from the Netherlands, we believe a lot in multi-stakeholder platforms, social dialogue, people talking and figuring out complex questions together. So it's kind of a deliberative economy. And finally, in terms of technology, we will have precautionary principle. We'll have a healthy skepticism towards technology. If we want to adopt it, it should prove itself that it actually meets a need and not just perpetuates its own program. This is what's happening with genetic engineering. Happens to be the area that I know more about, but we have this genetically modified cotton. Even before there was a demand, the technology was looking for an application. You've got people who've invested crores and crores in this technology, and then they're looking, who can I sell this to? Because I already invested all these crores. So, God forbid nobody wants this. There's no actual free choice about whether you want this technology or not. So in this second scenario, we will have a more organic future. We will be very proud of our national heritage. However, it's still one story. It's one book from which to quote. It's one response. The third is something that I'm waking up to slowly these days, and some people call it the pluriverse, some people call it cosmolocalism. So rather than having one size fits everybody, you have very contextual, localized, decentralized, bioregional solutions and responses in terms of identity, but also in terms of economic models. And this is where I think system entrepreneurship or social entrepreneurship has a major, major role to play. because this is not going to come from any large institution that has already, a lot of path dependency linked to the past models. So a pluriverse is really a economy where you'd have maybe some financial, maybe some other types of currencies. Right now, in many communities, they're launching complementary currencies. You can even think of different forms of capital. The previous speaker was talking about adventure tourism, which, you could say there's experiential capital that is growing there. Not necessarily that everything has to be translated into money. Natural capital, social capital, cultural capital, etc. All right, see you on next slide. So these are like 3 future scenarios that we can choose between. And as you see, there's these 3 different arrows. I think one major question we need to ask ourselves, whether we want to be an entrepreneur and shape the organizations that will populate this system, or whether we want to be an academic, or whether we want to be a policy maker or a farmer. Anybody who participates in society participates in the economy, and therefore has to ask themselves, what kind of economy do I want to reproduce by participating in it? And I think important questions to ask is, what are measures of success of this economy? Is it maximizing market share? Is it maximizing gross domestic product? Or is it maximizing happiness, maximizing well-being? Maximizing maybe the percentage of people that feel that their economy is meeting their needs. Recently, we did a webinar for young people seeking alternative careers. We called it livelihoods. So these are careers where you don't measure your success by how much money you bring back home at the end of the month, but you measure your success by, does this work make me and my community come alive? If you measure if you change the measures of success, you change the game completely. Then next question is, what are the rules of the game? What is allowed? Are we here to compete with each other? Is that the best way to reach innovation? Is it allowed to collaborate? Is it allowed to give away things for free? Is it, like I was talking about these different types of capital. Is it allowed to define wealth in other terms than money? So I think by challenging the rules of the game, entrepreneurs, change makers, we can raise awareness about what other models are possible. Then finally, about our economic system. The previous speaker allowed it to the situation of farmers and how bad a deal they have. I completely agree. I was working in Vidarbha, which is known for its farmer suicides, and they were completely, imprisoned in the system where they only get a tiny part of the consumer rupee. And you can say, okay, they should do even more work and also do value addition and participate in processing. But you can also look at, okay, who has the power to decide where the profit of a corporation, where the profit in a value chain, in a supply chain actually goes. Why are farmers not on the board of a fashion brand, which depends on cotton as a raw fiber, or on the board of a chocolate brand if it depends on cocoa? We can change these designs of governance structures. And this is what I was trying to do when I was running a company. I structured it as a private limited, and then I wrote in the articles of the company that 51% of the shares would always be in the hands of farmers. There's some really interesting models. There's one in Brazil called Justa Trama, where they made not just a producer cooperative, but a second-tier cooperative. So there was a bunch of farmers, a bunch of spinners, a cooperative spinning mill, weaving mill, a garment factory, and all these co-ops together formed a brand, which was a second-tier co-op brand. And any surplus that was generated was distributed amongst these supply chain partners based on what was the need of that particular year. So it's a completely different power sharing model. I strongly oppose the idea that we should invite venture capitalists and angel investors, because unfortunately, in the current model, I experienced this myself. I started the startup and I thought they were angels. They're called angel investors. They turned out not to be angels. They turned out to just look at the financial bottom line and don't care about anything else. And until the investors in those funds, start caring about other things, they will say, "It's my hands are tied. I can't, suddenly vote against a proposal that would reduce my profit but might increase social or environmental impact." So I think we need to change, who is sitting around the table, who's sitting around the boardroom. We need to change the power. That about the economic system. Then about the story. So I think we're onto something if we're saying that we should have a culture of something. I'm not sure whether we need a culture of entrepreneurship. I think we need a culture of citizenship. We need a culture of critical thinking. We need a culture of collaboration. We need a culture of ecological humanity. So this story that we lived in, maybe since, I don't know, since the Industrial Revolution, perhaps, or since colonial times, which basically told us that we're separate from nature. We are not separate from nature. You cut down the trees, we won't breathe. You stop eating leaves and fruits and things that grow from the earth, and you die of hunger. We're completely intertwined with the web of life. We need to develop a different story where, when we are, say, depleting the groundwater, we're depleting ourselves. Where we're driving extinction. Something is dying inside of us. So the second element of this story of development, I mentioned already, pluriverse, is we need to have a lot more room for diversity, a lot more room for, I need to plug in my power, a lot more room for different points of view. And unfortunately, I think in academia, we're not very good at that. We've got our specializations and our journals and our hierarchies, and we're not very good at valuing other types of knowledge, or even when it comes from a different part of academia. The second thing what we need a lot of room for is uncertainty. The previous speaker already mentioned that most careers that will exist 30 years from now, we've not even heard of today. So, yeah, and your guess is as good as anybody else's, like what's actually going to happen. So how to really prepare for such a wide range of options is to be okay with uncertainty. Not to project too far into the future, not to make claims that are impossible to uphold. This is something that you can actually learn by being an entrepreneur. Because being an entrepreneur, you're operating in a field which is completely outside of your control. What other stakeholders are going to do? Do they like what you're offering? Do they not like it? Is this trend going one way or another way? It's all totally uncertain. So, in a way, entrepreneurship, I think, can be a great practice to practice living with uncertainty. And then finally, we're in an academic meeting right now, so education is important. I like what the previous speaker was saying, that you prepare people for a role in society. You're assuming that they're going back into society, going to take initiative and responsibility. Unfortunately, I tried getting long-term interns from Indian universities, and the response I got from faculty was like, "Oh no, but if we send our students out of the campus, we don't know if they will do any work." And if we treat our youth like this, if we have so little trust and are so paternalistic, we're not going to get real critical thinkers or innovators. So definitely the structure of education needs to change. The purpose of education needs to change. And And together with that, technology. I don't think that technology necessarily is a bad thing. I think if you would decentralize governance, you decentralize economy, you will see the need for technology that can serve a vast level of complexity. If you imagine that, say, every village in India would have its own operating system with its own local preferences and its own local ecosystem information, that's a crazy amount of complexity, and our brains are not really well equipped to deal with that. So there are some really interesting developments for those who are into technology in the areas of the commons. There's a group called Commons Stack. They are changing completely how to look at governance. They're working on different forms of currency, different forms of voting. There's some really interesting work happening in the distributed ledgers, blockchain, holochain, etc. Maybe that's enough topic for another conversation. But Shiva, I think the next one is the last slide, if I'm not wrong. Yes, it is. It's an invitation to join a network that I'm a part of called Vikalp Sutra. Vikalp Sutra came out of the COVID crisis and the lockdown, and it's a network of networks. It was launched by another network called Vikalp Sangam. Vikalp Sangam is a confluence of alternatives where people talk about alternative economy, alternative education, alternative healthcare, alternative food, alternative governance, alternative everything. And this Vikalp Sutra is a even wider network, including many inspiring organizations that were doing amazing work in relief. And now they realize that, whoa, after this relief, say, what if lakhs and lakhs of people want to stay in the village? They left the cities, they want to stay in the village, and now they're thinking, what can I do in my village? So what we're working on in the Vikalp Sutra is dignified livelihoods, or livelihoods, as I mentioned before, and worker rights. For those who do want to migrate back to the cities, maybe now is the time for a living wage rather than a minimum wage. Maybe now is the time for collective bargaining agreements, and valuing what, briefly we had this moment where we call some workers essential workers, and then we found out that actually essential workers are often ones that are getting the least security and the least worker rights. So that needs to change. And then finally, I spoke briefly about the power over the means of production. So this is what we call economic democracy. Self-reliance in this context means that, I think the previous speaker was already looking at what is a village economy, what is coming in, what's going out. Can we first serve the needs of that village before we start serving the needs of some faraway city? It's not to say that there should be no trade and no exchange, but let's design from near to far, that we won't have cases like we had often with cash crops, where people go hungry because they're growing a crop that they can't eat, because they're relying completely on the market. This is a really good moment to shift away from that. Localization, producer ownership, I already mentioned. And then there's a whole list of things that we're doing there at the Vikalp Sutra, and there's email that you can write to, whether you want to be an entrepreneur or, like Mega, you want to be something else. I'm curious what Mega wants to become, or already wants to stay. And I guess that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much, Shiva. And I don't know if there's scope for any questions and answers, but this is what I wanted to share with you.
Okay. Thank you guys for highlighting the pragmatic issues and strategies to build a conducive entrepreneurial ecosystem in the country. You have been very, you have been bringing on, trying to process all your experiences and whatever you have, seen in and around in Pondicherry, Auroville, your current association, and as an Ashoka fellow, it's wonderful to see you here, and you have shared valuable experiences, and your session was really thought provoking. I hope this will be very useful for the budding entrepreneurs, those who are trying to become aspiring entrepreneurs, or at least a kind of every student will start thinking of building a kind of environment where they can do something innovative, okay, or plan to do some startups. Okay, so thank you joining us, and we move on to the next.
Sir, excuse me, sir. We have a couple of questions in the chat box.
Okay.
I can keep answering them over the chat. If you're in a hurry, if you don't have time, I can just type the answers.
Right. Thank you, guys. So I think he will address those questions, and he will type in the chat box itself to the answers of the questions raised. So I now request Professor Shaheen Sultana, Professor, Department of Social Work, Pondicherry University, to propose vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Istikar. We from the Department of Social Work, School of Social Sciences and International Studies, Pondicherry University, thank each one of you for participating in the inaugural session of the international webinar on entrepreneurship and startups, a way forward for Atma, Nirbhar, Bharat on 12th November today. At first, my heartfelt thanks goes to Professor P. Murthy, Professor and Dean, School of Social Sciences and International Studies, Pondicherry University, who's always been very cooperative and encouraging for all the webinars which has been organized prior to COVID and even after the session has begun. Thank you very much, sir, for participating in the inaugural. Next, a heartfelt thanks from the Department of Social Work to Professor Bhagwati Prakash Sharma, the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Gautama Buddha University, Uttar Pradesh, India. Sir, your words of wisdom in both theory as practice will sure instigate many minds today in our country and also for participants outside the country. We are extremely thankful that you have altered your schedule and you've also made it for today despite changing of the dates, and full session you have motivated almost all the participants to actually prosper and think towards entrepreneurship and be job promoters instead of job seekers. Thank you very much, sir. Our next thanks goes to Professor S. Balakrishnan, the Director of Studies, Education, Innovations and Rural Reconstruction, Pondicherry University. Sir was very keen that he would participate in the inaugural session, but there's some urgent work which is just cropped up, as a result of which he is just getting delayed. We hope he might join us in the valedictory if time permits. Thank you very much, sir, for motivating our department always from time to time and helping us with all your support for having lots of programs to come in the near future as well. Our next thanks goes to Mr. Giggs Food, social entrepreneur, organic culture and fair trade, Netherlands in India. Sir has been extremely cooperative, extremely motivating and encouraging, not only in the webinar, but has been a great source of support for the departments, for the interns, for block placements, for concurrent fieldwork placements, and you have been a motivating force for all the youth who come into our department. And today, through this webinar, you have also motivated through your initiatives a lot many to visit towards entrepreneurship and startups. Thank you very much, sir, for being extremely supportive throughout. A heartfelt thanks to Professor Nalli, the head of the department, who's always been very, very encouraging in almost all the initiatives taken up by the faculty members and all by the scholars and the students. A sincere thanks also to the webinar convener, Dr. Iftikhar Alam today, who has actually initiated on a very novel and an innovative topic, the entrepreneurship, which is the need of the hour amidst the COVID crisis where there's so much of job losses, but then you have motivated many aspirants to now start thinking on their own as to how to move towards financial ability and also to create as role model institutions in the country and across the world. A heartfelt appreciation to all our faculty members, Professor K. Anbu, Dr. Satish Kumar, Dr. Shankar Narayan, Dr. Ila Murgu, and all other research scholars and students who have actually cooperated and motivated this program right from the beginning, and also for all the upcoming sessions, technical, which are going to happen now. We are also heartful thanks Muthuswamy sir and Aravali from the department's office staff, and to the media department, to the engineering wing, to the electrical wing, and to all the technical support which is offered by other stakeholders for making this inaugural session a grand success. And heartfelt thanks to the entire participants from across the country and also abroad who have participated in this webinar. Your interest itself showed up to numbers 130 to 140, and there has never been a decline throughout the inaugural session, which shows your positive spirit and the learning activity and the skill which you look forward for in the technical sessions. We hope that through this session, we will really motivate and we'll bring a technical task force which can bring in a lot of spirit both within the university, outside the university, and across the country and abroad. A final thanks and a heartfelt support and encouraging and motivating words to all the scholars and the students, the PG students who have just taken admission and who are looking forward, for many such skill support labs and also for other extracurricular activities and co-curricular activities in terms of building your entrepreneurial skills. Thank you very much for participating in the inaugural, and we really hope and we aspire to have many such programs by all faculty members from within the department and across the department of our university. Thank you, authorities. Thank you, fellow colleagues, scholars, and students. And thanks to all the panelists and the chief guests for their words of wisdom. On to you, Dr. Iftikhar. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for this wonderful vote of thanks. Soon after this, we will be moving on to the technical session, the actual session where we'll have lead speakers talking about entrepreneurship and startups, and there are more to come. But this inaugural session gets over. We will conclude this inaugural program with a national anthem, and after that, we'll move to the technical session. So I request all of you to raise up for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, everyone. I think because of the paucity of time, we have to quickly start to the next session, that is technical session. And I request Dr. P.B. Shankar Narayan to introduce the first speaker, if he's around, because he was mentioning about some bad connectivity of the internet. If he's around, he can introduce. Sir, have you joined? Is it clear? Are you listening to me?
Dr. Ifti, I think Dr. Shankar is not there on the roll. He lost his connectivity.
Okay. Yes, he was complaining about that. So I would take this opportunity to introduce the first speaker, lead speaker, Professor G. Krishnamurthy. He is the former principal of Idupu Ipokovala Institute of Management, Changa. He has finished his engineering degree from Annamalai University, Tamil Nadu, and done his postgraduate management from IIM Bangalore. He has been in teaching profession for 30 years. He has taught several subjects such as project management, project financing, and work capital management, management of development projects, production and operation management, production planning and logistic management, management information system, and many more at Institute of Rural Management Institute, IRMA. We popularly known as IRMA. He was senior professor at Development Management Institute, Patna. So I would request Professor G. Krishnamurthy to take over.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I hope I am audible. Okay.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay,
Yes.
fine. I'll just, I want to insert a PDF, I mean not a PDF, PPT. I'm not able to, I have a PPT in front of me, with me. I'm not able to, there is a button. I'll see the options. Yeah, 1 minute. Full screen turn on options. No.
Sir, excuse me, sir. In the bottom of the screen, you can see the present now option.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it. Okay. Just a second. It is. At the outset, let me thank you all. Thank you, the School of Social Work or Department of Social Work of Pondicherry University, for inviting me to this technical session on entrepreneurship and startups in the context of Atma Nirbhar and taking it forward. I'm thankful to you. I'm not able to look to start. Select window screen. I have selected. Allow. It's not getting hooked. Okay. I'm not too sure whether you are able to see or not. Are you able to see the screen? But it is.
No, sir.
Sir, no, sir. Sir, actually, you have to give present now, and you have to give entire screen.
Entire screen. Okay.
Then you have to select the screen, sir. Then you can give the share.
Okay. I have entire screen, and
then
I
you
have
select
allow.
the screen.
Okay. I have allow. Allow also. I have clicked. Okay.
Yes, sir. It's coming.
Yes, sir.
It's getting loaded. Okay. It is getting loaded. Okay. Without loss of time, I'll straight get into this entire Atma Nirbhar. I'll take about a minute or so to talk about Atma Nirbhar. Atma Nirbhar, or self-sufficiency or self-reliance, I think has been a concept which has been around for decades in India. There was a time, maybe around the 1970s and 1980s, when we had huge foreign exchange crunch in the country, and we were trying to find out the substitutes or develop substitutes for imported products. And therefore, I think across the country, in so many public sector undertakings, there was something called an indigenization program, trying to manufacture and develop everything indigenously. There was also a reverse engineering program. But the context has totally changed today. So we don't have a crunch of foreign exchange or anything today, but our problem is something else today. And the problem, I think, it's also to a large extent the reflection of the aspiration of the current government. it is good in a way. I chose the topic when I was invited by Dr. Nalini to participate in this seminar or webinar. She asked me what I could talk on. I said I will be most comfortable with rural entrepreneurship, having spent nearly maybe more than a decade or so, a decade and a half, to the Rural Management Anand, which is a premier management institute on par with many of these many of these institutes. So the institute, once upon a time, were dedicated to rural management. So I thought I would talk to you about it. And then the topic that I saw was rural entrepreneurship and innovation. So the first question is, yes, what is rural entrepreneurship and why rural entrepreneurship? I'll very quickly go through it. First and foremost, I have to say that in a country in which 70% of the population continues to live in rural areas, I think we cannot afford to ignore the well-being of the majority of the people. And for all practical purposes, I think most of our rural folk happen to be entrepreneurs in some way or the other. The farmer who cultivates on his land in the farm is an entrepreneur, simply because he has to business his farm activities in the way any entrepreneur will manage his business. Person who owns maybe a cow or 2 cows or a cow and a buffalo has also to be an entrepreneur, again for the simple reason that he has to market his milk day in, day out. In fact, twice a day he has to. And that's the case with everybody practically. I mean, most of the people living in the rural areas have to be entrepreneurs. But we can't compare them with, top-rung entrepreneurs like Mukesh Ambani or Ratan Tata or anybody else. In fact, these are micro-entrepreneurs in some way. So the micro-entrepreneurs are always at the mercy of the market forces. Because if you look at a village, there are 100 fellows, 100 people who are competing to sell their products in the same market. Because their village market is limited. Just to give an example, if we have a village of 100 households and each house has about 1 buffalo and 1 cow, giving something like 10 liters of milk every day, if not 10 liters, maybe 7 liters of milk or 6 liters of milk every day. Now, how much can the household consume per day? At least 1 liter it can consume, including the curd and buttermilk and whatnot. And what will happen to the remaining 5 liters? They have to leave the village. And there are 100 households which are competing to sell 5 liters each in the same market. So 500 liters, that means they are at the mercy of the market forces. Now, therefore, the farmer, whether it is the agricultural farmer or it is the artisan who sells maybe some textiles, whether he is a sheep rearer, whether he is some cotton producer, it doesn't matter. I think all of them are competing. In some way or the other, they have to take risks. So, given the fact that entrepreneurship does already exist in rural areas, what is it that we are going to do with our rural folk who are already deep-rooted in entrepreneurship? So that is a question that I set for myself for addressing in the next 15 to 20 minutes. So this, I'll just slur over this. I already talked about it. I'm not going to talk about it. So these are all some supporting data. So rural entrepreneurship, when we talk about the landscape, it constitutes agriculture, forestry, fisheries, and aquaculture, marine culture, off-farm activities, including processing of agricultural products, arts, crafts, retailing, and manufacturing for large urban enterprises and whatnot. Among agriculture, one can think of, food crops, plantation crops, and so on and so forth. One can think of a number of categorization, okay? Cash crops, etc., etc. There is practice. So the potential areas of rural economy that I can see, therefore, it is a repetition in a way. Agri-entrepreneurship for enhanced agricultural production in a country in which population is continuously on the rise. I mean, our population growth rate is not declining, and decentralized and local agro-processing to meet global standards for the simple reason that we don't live any longer in local markets, but with the degree of markets. Well, Pepsi is as much our competitor as Parley is a competitor. So, off-farm entrepreneurship, handicrafts, including, and traditional rural products, including perfumes, spices, medicines, and so on and so forth, which meet global standards. And of course, modernization of supply chains. There are bottlenecks everywhere. But these new organizational forms, we have to think, that is where I'm bringing in innovation, which have to be agile. They have to be driven by current technology and futuristic technology. And to a large extent, they have to be feeders for urban industries. They have to be owned and managed by rural producers. Now with this, my motivation, therefore, for talking straight with the summaries, my own study, I'm coming from a place called Anand. Anand is in Gujarat. Anand is the birthplace of a huge cooperative movement called Amul. Having been a professor at IRMA for a long time, I had opportunity to study many of these organizations at the close quarters. And based upon what studies I have made, I have tried to elucidate some of the leading features of what they call the rural enterprises, which have put them at the forefront. As I said earlier, the competition among the rural producers is a very common phenomenon. And if they have to overcome this handicap, that means if they have to take on the markets, they have to think of taking on the markets collectively and not to fight among themselves or compete among themselves. So what lies at the heart of successful rural entrepreneurial models is basically collective action. But this collective action does not come about by itself. Instead, it is a trigger, which I have called here as initial leadership. Now, this initial leadership has not only to provide the energy for the initial collective action, but should also provide the vision for the collective enterprise to move forward and to sustain itself. And it should also think of what they call developing generations or of succession plans. Okay? And therefore, when we talk about the collective enterprises, what do they really mean? I'm going to illustrate it with a simple case very shortly. These collective enterprises are all owned by the producers. Maybe milk producers, maybe grain producers, maybe fish producers, maybe meat producers, maybe cotton producers, whatever it is, it doesn't matter. But then it is a producer owned and producer managed democratic business enterprise. There are different forms of course, these business models. Legally, the previous speaker, keynote speaker, was mentioning, I heard it, some cooperatives. Now, yes, cooperatives, well, they function. But the governments have also been looking at the success of different forms of collective enterprises. I think very recently the government also, well, not very recently, maybe a few years ago, the government also, the government of India has also amended the Companies Act to bring in provision for registering a producer organization as a company. So once it is registered as a company, I think that the producers seem to be free from many of these bureaucratic hurdles which veil with the state bureaucracy and state polity. So they become like any other company. Of course, the third ingredient that I have observed is, well, they don't hesitate. In fact, they come forward and employ qualified professionals, talented, qualified, competent professionals to manage their own organizations by paying them the market salaries at all levels, whether it is a CEO, whether it is director marketing, whether it is director technology, whether it is director finance, whether it is a director quality, or whatever may be, director operations, director procurement, irrespective of the function. And well, to support them, again, very professional staff there. And of course, one important observation is these organizations are comparatively free. Collective enterprises are quite free from the pressures of bureaucracy, and they don't adopt any other bureaucratic practices. They are businesses, they recognize their units as businesses, and therefore they operate like any successful, competent business that has to compete with the market. So they have very strong market business. What do the markets need? And therefore, what are the inputs which are to be developed by the members of the, what you call, the collective enterprise? And what are the technological options? What are the supply chain management options? Look at all these things. And they adapt themselves continuously to changing external scenario. And how they adapt? Well, by changing the product, maybe changing the product features, coming up with newer and newer products, developing what they call new brands, getting into newer markets, etc., etc. They continuously do it. So I come from, as I told you, I come from a place called Anand, which is a place of Amul. Many of you might have heard of Amul, but I don't think all people will know the story of Amul. It may not be a bad idea to get into the story of Amul, to understand the meaning of a successful rural entrepreneurship model. After all, when we talk about a villager having a cow or 2 cows or 3 cows, each of which gives us something like 5 liters of milk, he has to sell his milk at the end of the day. And from the money that he gets from the sale of milk, he has to procure whatever is needed to feed the cow and keep it alive so that it can give milk the next day and keep himself and his family alive. And in the process, generate something additional so that he could send his children to the school. So that is it. Now, instead of being an individual entrepreneur, why can't all these dairy farmers come together and have their own facility? So it started in 1946. Amul started in the year 1946. We are celebrating the 75th year very shortly. 1 minute. Yeah. We're celebrating. I'll take about 2 minutes to explain the origin of Amul. Before Amul came into existence, there was a small dairy, a private dairy owned by a Parsi. The dairy was called Polson Dairy. Polson Dairy had a very simple practice. After all, the market for Polson dairy products, or milk to be very specific, was Mumbai. Those days it was called Bombay. Every day, the milk collection agents of Polson Dairy will go to the villages, collect the milk, and of course, pay whatever is to be paid to the dairy farmers, bring the milk to Polson Dairy, and of course, it will be processed in Polson Dairy and it will be sent by Polson Dairy by train to Bombay for sale immediately. Now, the thing is, milk is a perishable commodity and it is an extremely perishable commodity because 1 hour is sufficient. 1 hour of milk being kept in the bowl is sufficient to breed a lot of bacteria and lead to the milk becoming sour and ultimately unusable. Number 2 is milk production is highly seasonal. That means during winter months, cool months, the cows and buffaloes give a lot of milk. Whereas during the summer months, when the temperature is very high, the milk production automatically goes down. But the demand for the milk does not keep pace with the production of milk by the animals. The milk, what we call, the demand for the milk is more or less constant. Therefore, what will happen? During winter, when there is excess supply, Polson cannot procure every drop of milk. Instead, Polson's agents will collect only that much of milk. And therefore, there is already a competition among the villagers to supply the milk to the milk collection agents. And what will he do? Because of competition, he will undercut. He will price, he will offer the lowest possible price to collect the milk. Obviously, not a very fair treatment as far as farmers are concerned. But then during summer, what will happen? When the milk supply is not very high, he will pay something marginal, marginally more, and then collect every drop of milk. And then, of course, Polson may not be able to meet the demand, but then, I think it will not be able to meet the demand. So during one of the winter months, the dairy farmers, maybe a few winter days, when the farmers had excess milk, which was not collected by the collection agents, I think they approached one of their political leaders. His name was Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. They requested him to show a way, and that is where the initial leadership matters. And the only advice that he gave was, don't compete amongst yourselves, instead form your own collective. And at that time, the only model that was available for a collective organization was a cooperative. So that is how your cooperative came into existence. It started in 1946 with the 2 villages supplying 200 liters of milk. Today we are talking about 21.6 million liters of milk per day, 215.96 lakh liters of milk per day. This is 200 liters. This is the growth. So somebody is telling, the vice chairman, he says, as a nation, we are now completely Nirbhar, or self-sufficient in the dairy sector, since our dairy farmers produce enough milk to fulfill the country's demand for milk and dairy products. It is, I think, to some extent an understatement, because long back, I think we reached self-sufficiency in milk. In fact, we are the highest producer of milk in the world. In fact, we are exporting a lot of milk products. This is a different thing altogether. In fact, milk economy, milk constitutes around 4%. Its contribution, the dairy sector's contribution to GDP is around 4%. It is much higher than grains. It is much higher than so many other products. Okay. So the point that I am trying to tell you is, how did this organization reach this level? So it is very simple. One more slide and then I will go. So, and of course, the sales turnover today is something like 38 point, or rather, okay, $5 billion US. Okay. And from all the unions of Gujarat, it is around $7 billion. And it is a collective effort of 3.6 million dairy farmers, to whom I think 3 million dairy farmer entrepreneurs are getting added very shortly, maybe in the next 1 or 2 or 3 years. Now, how did it reach? Yes, 7 billion. See, when you look at any of these organizational models, a typical corporate model. Suppose a corporate house has to procure all the milk, process it in the way Amul processes, and sells it. What will happen is it will always look for its return on its investment. To try to get the highest possible return on its sale. Let us assume that is the 20%. That 20%, the return on sales or return on investment, it is going basically to the investors of the corporate entity, and it does not go to the farmers. Instead, when the entire setup is managed by the farmers, owned by the farmers, this 20% automatically goes to the farmers. To that extent, they become richer. They become much better off. So this, what we call a 3-tier model. The farmers at the village level form an organization called a dairy cooperative society. At the village level, all the village dairy cooperative societies, they come together to form a dairy cooperative union. And that dairy cooperative union basically gets the milk every day from, every day, twice a day actually, from the villages, and it processes the milk and sells milk and milk products and all other dairy products. And of course, whatever cannot be sold locally by the unions is sold by a federation. At the district level, we have a union, and there are, I think, 12 or 13 unions in Gujarat, and all these unions have come together to set up their own marketing federation, which sells whatever products cannot be sold. So if you look at this figure, 50,000 crores is the total turnover of all the unions and federation, whereas the federation alone has sold 38,500. That means 11,500 crores worth of dairy products have been sold within Gujarat. And the rest has been sold across India and the rest of the world by the Farmers Federation. So every paisa collected from the consumer ultimately goes to the federation, through the federation to the union, through the union to the dairy cooperative society, and through the dairy cooperative society to the farmer in proportion to the quantum of milk that he has supplied during a particular year. So this is a very stable model which has been replicated by Self-Employed Women's Association for their handicraft products, by Lijjat Papad for what you call papad and related products. There is some modification here and there. There is a Gambira Cooperative Society. Well, again, Farmers Cooperative Society in tobacco, potato, and other crops. And there is another cooperative called Amalsat Cooperative, which again is doing something which is in mangoes, chiku, and whatnot. Okay, it is in so many products. So I'm concluding with this slide to say it is the collective enterprise for milk production to sale products facilitated by well-meaning and leadership. Since I'm using the word, I have to stop. My time is running out or what?
So you can take a couple of minutes, sir. 1 or 2 minutes. Just you're
okay.
Just winding up, sir.
Okay, I'm almost winding up. Now, the moment I use the word leadership, it automatically subsumes visionary leadership. So I don't amplify it. So as I said, it's a producer-owned and a producer-governed democratic organization. That means we do not have an IAS officer or a government representative to sit as the CEO, director, or the chairman. Instead, it is their own member who is elected by them. and in whom they have trust. And the board appoints people. I mean, one such person whose name I have to mention is Dr. Varghese Kurian. Unfortunately, he was not awarded Bharat Ratna, that is, but he got the World Food Prize, that is equivalent to the Nobel Prize in Agriculture. But the point is, there was one Tribhuvan Das Patel, one Morarji Desai, one Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel who led this organization, but they found a talent in a person called Varghese Kurian to manage the business, and he took the business across the country. And the focus is all the time on members' well-being. When I say well-being, it is not limited only to income. It is income, of course, wealth, the animal health, after all the animals, the members of family health. They have got into so many other organizations. One business organization has given rise to a number of social enterprises to take care of health, education, and other income generating activities like micro enterprise. And as I said, freedom from political and bureaucratic enterprises, interference, strong market orientation, blended with the ability to combine. Here it is important, rural production methods and technology. After all, rearing the cow and milking it doesn't require any huge technology. It is a traditional technology. At best, you can introduce, if you are going to have 200 cows, you can have a milking machine. But then combine it with modern processing, marketing and distribution methods and technology to retain the market leadership. So in fact, indigenous technology, I don't have to talk about it. A lot of experiments have been done and a lot of local products have come out, and adherence to certain values, and there is no compromise. And therefore it has given rise to a culture which we call as Amul culture, which is a result of what you call Anand three-tier model. Okay, that is how it is called. Thank you all. I'll stop here. Okay, I'm not too sure whether I have some time to respond to any of your questions, but I would like to respond whenever it is possible. Okay, either now or later.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting the rural leadership, the rural enterprise. Especially, you have given the example of one of the biggest model, Amul model, and the story behind, and that would be inspiring for many of us to start from the scratch, from the small setup that can become as large as like Amul, which has its product reach across the globe. So very inspiring, sir. Thank you for joining us. We'll move on to the next speaker. The next speaker is Miss Anjali Sachivania, National Coordinator, Fair Trade Towns, India. And she is going to speak on being a paradigm shifter. And I would take the opportunity to introduce her. Anjali Sachivania started her career in the restaurant business in Italy in 1994-99. She was the co-founder and CEO of Sri Ganesh, a chain of 5 Indian restaurants in northern Italy, which was formed jointly with an Indian group. In the year 2000, on returning to India, she was introduced to the textile industry and founded a garment manufacturing company that manufactures organic, fair trade apparel and accessories using sustainable fibers in Pondicherry. Sustainability has been embedded in the mission of her initiative. She has been moved beyond fragmented individual actions and have focused on collective effort and participation to achieve scale that creates positive social, economic, and environmental impact. She strives for human justice, eradication of poverty through skill development, job creation, and women empowerment in the fashion industry. She has taken up the projects and the activities from last few years. She has mentioned, like from 2015, she has been the chairwoman of IW1 Indian Women Network, Puducherry. 2016, vice chair, corporate social responsibility for Confederation of Indian Industry, Southern Region. 2016, invited the making of Pondicherry and Auroville into the first fair trade towns in India. 2017, Mandala was awarded, where she is running in this enterprise, Mandala Apples. It was awarded the Gender Parity Award by CII. 2017, founding member. She became founding member of Fair Trade Twin Towns, the National Steering Committee. In 2017, again, she became a founding member of Fair Trade Towns Steering Committee, and 2009 she has become the National Coordinator of Fair Trade Towns India. So, with this brief schedule, this profile we have, I'm going to now invite our next speaker, Anjali Sajivania, to deliver her content. Thank you. Ma'am, are you there? Anjali, ma'am. Please unmute your mic, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Now we can hear you. We can see
Okay.
you also. Okay,
Yeah, thank you. So I once again thank all of you, all the organizers, for having invited me on this very, very interesting and important topic of startups and entrepreneurship. I will just be sharing my personal journey of from how I started, where I started, and where I am today, and what I am looking at for myself going forward. So as you saw in the introduction, I started my journey as an entrepreneur 30 years ago. It was in Italy where I started working in the restoration business, and found myself really with people who were looking at scaling, at business with ROIs. For them, it mattered very little whether what was the impact that they were leaving behind. And I was also part of that entire journey, and I did that for about 10 years. And in 2099, when I came back to India, I actually wanted to dedicate my time to social work. So I started looking at working with various NGOs, and very soon I realized that that was not so much my area of interest. I wanted to do something where I could bring the social as well as the enterprise aspect together and see if there's a synergy and I could do something in that space. So in 2002, although I do not come from the textile background, I was initiated into the business with an Italian who was a designer, and I started my journey in the textile and fashion industry. All of you must be knowing very well that the fashion is a very, very polluting and also a very exploitative industry. And the methodology in which they work, is to take, make and dispose, which is very, very linear, and they do not really look into the details of what is the environmental damage or the people social damage that is being done when they're manufacturing garments. So for me, that was a very interesting space to get into, and I took it up as a challenge to see how we could create a shift in the paradigm, in the way, in the narrative in which the textile industry was working. So in 2002, when I started with one tailor, but the dream was to see how we could create a business which could work on alleviating poverty, it could work on creating social justice, it could work on seeing how we can create fair situations with the farmers. So starting with one tailor and a big vision, my journey went, from just manufacturing to then entering into more depth into the supply chain to understand the environmental impacts and the damages that the supply chain was making. And then went to the cotton farmers. That happened in 2004 when I started hearing about farmer suicides, and it intrigued me because I wanted to know what was happening. I knew the supply chain from the yarn to the production, but I did not know from the cotton what was happening. So it was during my travel to the areas where the farmers were committing suicide, I encountered a farmer, a lady farmer, who had just lost her husband because of a huge debt he found himself in. So sitting on the farm, I took a pledge that I would work with organic cotton. When I say organic cotton, very often, people think cotton usually, whether it's organic or non-organic, it is mostly done as a monocrop because that is when you have the best yield. But for us, it was extremely important to be totally integral and see how we could create a multi-cropping cotton field. So we encouraged farmers to do a multi-cropping where they were doing pulses, rice, herbs, spices, and vegetables. In that, we achieved two things. One was we were ensuring that the soil remained fertile, it remained nourished, it remained humid and not dry up. And the second thing was we were ensuring that the farmers were getting not only a fair wage because we were fair trade certified as a factory, but they were also having a second income. So in a way, it was seeing the farmer situation in a much more holistic manner. And that has always been one of the key factors as a business when within Mandala, to ensure that whatever we do it in a holistic approach and not only just to see that we have made profit and our bottom line is positive. Obviously, that is an important factor, but not the only factor with which we used to measure our success. And the other things that we used to do for us, it was also very, very important that we worked with empowering the people, especially the women we worked with, ensuring that they had they had a proper understanding of financial management, ensuring that they were being skilled, their training was being done to empower them in engaging them to new skills rather than only tailoring. Also ensuring that it was a holistic approach, that we did not just take the workers' well-being, but we also consider the well-being of their families. Very often when you speak this language in business, they say, but you're wasting time, you're wasting money. But I will share a story with you and you will see how when we take care of our capital, of our human resource, how it is interconnected and it improves our capital resource as well. So, we are a woman intensive factory. 95% of our workers are women. And so when there is such a high intensity of women, absenteeism is a big problem, because if there is a festival, the woman takes a leave. If somebody is not well at home, it's the woman who has to stay at home. If she has her monthly periods, she has to stay at home because she's not well. So absenteeism was very high and it was impacting our production. So I was talking to my HR, what do we do? How do we reduce to improve efficiency? And in production lines, when you work, 1 or 2 or 3 people missing, it makes a huge impact. And so having said that, we also used to create awareness programs with our women. So it used to be awareness programs in health, in well-being, in finance. And one of the events that we organized was an awareness on breast cancer and cervical cancer. So we had called doctors from JIPMER who were there, and we had spent a whole afternoon where we had dedicated this time for checkups to be done. First, there was an awareness and then a checkup. And for this day, we had invited the relatives, close relatives of all our workers. So, mothers, mother-in-law, daughter-in-laws, daughters, they were all there for a workshop as well as a checkup. And their husbands had also come for the workshop, especially for the awareness. And, so this went off very well. 2-3 weeks later, my HR manager comes to me and says, Anjali, we have improved our, the absenteeism has reduced. So I said, okay, let's keep a watch. Let's not get excited. Let's wait for a couple of more weeks and let's see what happens. And this went on, and our absenteeism reduced, and there was an improvement in our efficiency, in our output. So I said, okay, let's talk to our women. What has happened? And whilst we were speaking to our women, they said, ma'am, you remember you had organized this health camp for us where you had invited all our family. And now our family feels so much part of the business that they always encourage us to go back to work, and they take responsibility. Our husbands stay home maybe and take care of the child, our mothers and mother-in-laws. So we saw that how ours taking care not only of the well-being of our workers, but also of the family impacted positively on profit situation and efficiency improvement within the factory. So this was one of the things that we did, but there were many more that we did that showed us that, taking care of and the well-being of our workers, being able to pay a fair wage, which is, as Hai said, no more the minimum wage, but really working on paying the living wage. We saw, our workers, we used to monitor how our workers, their children, in which schools they were when they arrived and started working with us. And then we saw how gradually their, schools improved, their careers improved. There were children children of our workers were becoming nurses, were becoming engineers, were, going back to cotton farming. So it was quite interesting to see how just by a small conscious social enterprise that we had created in Mandala, we have seen positive impacts not only in the environment, because we were organic and we were fair trade, but also in the social and in the lives of the people in the entire supply chain. In 2015, I was in a conference in Milan, and as I mentioned to you, we are a fair trade certified factory, and the conference was on fair trade towns. And I had the opportunity there to meet Bruce Crowther, who's the father of the fair trade towns, and that was one of the most intense experiences for me, because I realized that what I was trying to do in a small space, which is my organization, there was a possibility of taking this to a much larger platform, which could be in a town's level. So I came back very excited and started talking to a few people and realized that because maybe Pondicherry had a higher intensity of businesses that were fair trade certified, we started taking this initiative up in Pondicherry initially. So what it implies, it implies that all stakeholders, whether they are businesses, restaurants, schools, universities, either it is through education in the schools and universities where children are taught about justice, about fairness, about how our farmers and our artisans, how they work, how they grow. As Sir was talking in his previous presentation, how the dairy works. So it is about really making them aware of an entire supply chain and how there needs to be fairness in the way we are trading. It cannot be the conventional trading practice the way we have been doing, because it is very exploitative, and it benefits some and it impoverishes the others. So these are like school programs that we are doing presently. We have similar programs for universities where we want universities to start teaching about fair trade in their curriculum. Similarly, we are looking at, and what I noticed and what we have also seen in the fair trade town movement is, we can do a lot of initiatives, but until and unless the local authority accepts it and integrates it in their policies, change might not happen. We can do a lot as citizens, but change happens also when there is an engagement from local authorities. So this towns movement then started becoming a wider platform of doing good, of ensuring that there is more awareness when the citizens make their purchase, they make a conscious purchase, and you go to a shop, you don't even know where your garments have been made, whether the garment workers have been paid a fair price. So it becomes also important for us as citizens, as consumers, to ask the right questions to the brands, or to the, you know, to the food brands, to the fashion brands, to know where your clothes are made from, where your food comes. So this is a movement that has picked up now, and we have Pondi and Auroville were the first to start. This has expanded to other cities as well. We are working very closely now with Chennai, with Goa, with Ludhiana, with the Nilgiris, and with Kerala. And we are also now looking at expanding into maybe Hyderabad and Chandigarh. So this is a movement that has come to India. It has come to stay. For us, it's a very, very important aspect of seeing how we can do trade differently, where there is more respect, where there is more dignity, where there is a real, genuine, authentic support to the farmers and our artisans and our factory workers. We have all witnessed, you know, that during the COVID period, the immigrant workers who are working in factories, how they have suffered. We have witnessed how farmers have not been able to reach market. We have witnessed how artisans, because of the lack of tourism, or because of the lack of the exhibitions that they would participate nationally, have suffered because they have no income and no real backup for, you know, taking care of their families and their lives. So what we have noticed is, you know, there is an urgency that we are feeling now globally, you know. And also the thing is, it is not something that is limited only to India. It is globally, people are realizing today, youth is realizing today, that life is never going to be the way it was before. We have to have a new narrative. We need to think differently. We need to have conversations, deeper conversations, which are more important and less superficial. We need to start seeing about alternate economies, where there is more equity, where there is more sustainability. And if you see, you know, globally, the SDGs which have been which the UN has said, it is all about creating sustainability within the corporate, within businesses, making businesses more responsible towards the people as well as the planet. And if you see, there's a new concept that has started, which is the donut concept. You know, so all of you know how the donut looks. There's a circle, there's a hollow, there's an emptiness within the donut, and then there is the bread. So what it depicts is actually the emptiness within is the human capital that is deficit of the basic needs, you know. And for example, they don't have education, they don't have proper wages, they don't have shelter, they don't have clothing. And then if you see the outer circle of the donut, it is, you know, the planetary resources that we have crossed, and which is in red, which we need to absolutely take notice of, which we need to take responsibility of. So how can we create a balanced situation when everybody is within the donut and not in the circle, or we are going outside the circle where we are exploiting nature? Because we have only one planet. There is no planet B, and the resources in our planet are what we have. We cannot use more than what we have, and that is what actually we have been doing, and where we are also, you know, we are not leaving a healthy situation for our future generations. So as entrepreneurs, as startups, as business owners, as, you know, responsible citizens, it is each individual's responsibility to ensure that we have actually no time. It is our responsibility to see how, as quickly as possible, we can provide solutions to problems, see how we can overcome hurdles together with local authorities, together with research organizations, together with businesses, with citizens. It is time to come together as a community as a whole. Those times of doing things alone are over. And just to give you another very, very quick example, during the pandemic, there was a farmer who called me to say that, Anjali, I have 100 kilos of mangoes and my mangoes are getting spoiled. Can you help me sell it? So I said, okay, you just wait and let me connect to my friends. And in my mind, I thought 100 mangoes, if I get 100 kilos, if I get 10 friends, I'll be able to ensure that I can sell. So I created a WhatsApp group and I just sent a message. I was saying that, there is a farmer who needs to get his mangoes sold before they get spoiled. So can we come together and help him? You will be surprised. And actually, I was surprised that in 2 weeks, this farmer managed to sell 1.5 tons of mango. And for me, that was a clear signal that it is time that we come together. We need to support each other. We cannot say, somebody will come from outside. There is nobody going to come to support us. We have to be local. We have to support our farmers. And now he's got a WhatsApp group. He sells his organic millets. He sells his organic jaggery through that. And he's, when I call him now, he says, oh, I'm super tired because I've been working a lot. But that's a good conversation to have, rather than to say I have mangoes that are rotting. So just to make, come to a conclusion, I feel that we need to, the shift has to come from within. We have to make a shift in our consciousness, in the way we see things. It has to be more value based. It cannot be superficial. It cannot be just the what's and the hows. It has to be the why. The why has to be in full focus when we start new enterprises, when we work with businesses, when we have different partners that we engage with. And I feel that, and I believe that today's youth are the architects for an equitable and a sustainable tomorrow. And with that hope, I wish everybody good luck in their new ventures. And I take this opportunity also to wish everyone a very, very happy Diwali. May this Diwali be a moment, a day of, gratitude to all our farmers, to all Mother Earth and the planet for all the abundance that it has given us through all times. Thank you very much once again for this opportunity, for having me on this panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your inspiring journey. You yourself is an example of a successful entrepreneur, and how you have learned, because the story that you have shared could be inspiring for the participants, those who are aspiring for or to become entrepreneur or to take up this as a career. So I thank you for associating with the department, and in future as well, we'll continue to have your association. Thank you for and finishing it on time. So we are running short of time. We have to move on to the next speaker. Thank you, ma'am. So the next speaker is Commander S. Navneet Krishnan. He is retired after serving in Indian Army for more than 21 years. He was a naval officer from the Indian Army, and he has joined. Right now, he is currently joined as DGM Senior in L&T Shipbuilding, Chennai, for last 5 years. He is currently pursuing his PhD in the field of risk management of startups from the Department of Management Studies, IIT Madras. As a part of his research work, he conducts workshops on innovation, design thinking, and its application in startups. He undertakes teaching classes on management, project management, ERP, and business intelligence. He has published more than 10 technical papers in national and international journals and presented several papers in national and international forums. He has published 2 books titled Study of Indian Commercial Ship Design Industry and Prosperous Nation Building Through Shipbuilding. So over to you, sir. Commander S. Navneet Krishnan. Sir, are you there? Hello. Navneet sir, are you there?
Iftakhar, he is there only, but I do not know whether his audio problem, it seems.
Okay.
He is in the line only. Check it up.
Yeah. He has joined. I think some connectivity issue. He has joined and he has left. So shall we wait for a minute?
We can call him, no?
Iftakhar, if he's not able to connect, why don't you call? Why don't you go ahead to the next speaker and then let him come back?
Yeah, I'm calling, sir. He has unmuted. He is speaking, but the voice is not audible, it seems. He is on a call. No, not visible. Your audio is also not. It's not audible.
Because I'm able to see my own video.
Thank you.
Huh.
Yeah, connected. You can see you.
You're
Visible.
able to see.
Visible and audible.
Okay, am I audible now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry for the foxpaw. Now I'll just present my slides. Just a second. Yeah, is my slides visible now? Good evening to all of you. Hello?
Not visible. You can see.
Not visible, sir.
I've just gone to the right hand side and present now window,
Sir,
or
give
should
present now
window
and give. Sir, excuse me, sir.
Yeah,
Give present now, sir. Then give entire screen, sir.
I have done that.
Then click the screen, sir. Then give share.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yes, sir, now you.
Now it's now am I visible and is my slides visible?
Yes. So yes,
Okay.
sir.
Okay, thank you, and sorry for the delay in getting into the presentation mode. Good evening to all of you. At the outset, I wish to thank Professor Iftihar and Professor Shankar Narayanan for getting me on board this event. This topic is pretty close to my heart because I am doing my research on startups, the risks that startup face, and how they play a critical role during a crisis, the natural disaster like COVID that we are seeing. So this topic is part of my PhD work, which I would be presenting now. But at the outset, I just wanted to tell the youngsters who are attending this session that it's not a very hi-fi PhD work which I would be presenting this evening to all of you. It's going to be purely stories. I'll be only telling stories after stories, and from each stories, gradually I'll pick up some message, which I would sum up in the end. So that's how would be the sequence of this evening presentation. And when we talk of Atma Nirbhar is nothing but a Hindi word of self-reliance. And I found this picture as the most apt picture to define what is Atma Nirbhar. Even a guy is lying in a hammock, his to support himself and to just depend on oneself is what is all Atma Nirbhar or self-reliance is all about. And I also found a very interesting quote which says, don't depend too much on anyone in this world. Even your own shadow will leave you when you are in darkness. So this is a very fantastic message which conveys as to how one should be self-reliant. Now coming to the stories part, which I promised that my presentation would be with the majority fully of stories. Story number one. I want you to all go back few months back in time. Let us say we go back to December 2019. When we go to December 2019 and when we think of the word mask, what strikes in everyone's mind, probably what strikes everyone's mind is a surgical mask which the doctors wear when he or she does a surgery. But today, when I talk of mask, face mask, what comes to our mind is this picture, where we see everyone wearing a mask and moving around in and around us. Story number two. Again, December 2019, if I say sanitizer, majority of us would not even have known what a hand sanitizer is. All of us or most of us would have seen a sanitizer in an hospital where a doctor, after performing a surgery or after checking a person who's with a wound, trying to apply a hand sanitizer after checking a patient. Today, sanitizer is something which is there in everyone's pocket. Product like Lifebuoy, which is known for bringing soaps, also has now started making sanitizer, and we see this type of hand sanitizer tool almost in all the malls, shopping markets, and everywhere. This is a common sight today. Story number three. When I say ventilator in December 2019, majority of us would not have seen ventilator except for in Tamil movies or in Hindi movies where a patient is taken into an hospital. Today, there are multiple companies which are making these type of breathing equipment. Same way, 2019 December, when I say shopping or going and buying vegetable, this is what comes to everyone's mind. But today, you do everything, buying, picking, everything using an online app. Again, the last part of the story, when I say students and schools, this is how learning used to happen few months back, and today everything is online and we do online. What do we know from all these stories, or what does all this story tell us? Let us go one by one. First, from the mask story, what we can quickly make out is this country, or any country for that matter, didn't have the requisite number of masks because nobody thought that COVID would come and attack us. But the moment it came, the people sprung, the entrepreneurs sprung. Many people who are in the business, the entrepreneurial intent in them came out to the forefront and they started making masks. People who are doing normal stitching also started making masks and started giving it to the people who needed it, the people, social workers, the doctors, and the policemen, because nobody knew that there would be such a requirement of so many number of masks. Similarly, multiple organizations made masks for the hospitals, for the cops, and then gradually innovation started coming into this mask making industry. People started making 3D printing of their own face so that even after you wear your mask, you can see your face. So what we can note from this story is the industry arose to the requirement of mankind at this juncture of crisis. Second, we realized that we can self-reliance and making our own product to meet our requirement came to the forefront. Third, mass indigenization to meet the requirement. And fourth, innovative products started getting into the market. People started thinking differently and coming out with a new product. Again, going back to the sanitizer story, the same thing. Self-reliance came to the forefront. There were so many entrepreneurs who made so many hand sanitizing dispensing machines, and plus innovative people came out with innovative sanitizers with perfume, sanitizers with having different smell, and all this were produced in so much of mass that not a single day a single person went to a shop and found that hand sanitizer is not available for him. And plus, innovation got into further in business models where people said that you buy a sanitizer bottle, you'll get a couple of masks free, because they realized both are clubbed together. Similarly, the ventilator story, college students from various incubators started making own ventilators. And very interestingly, I would want to share with you, in March 2020, when they realized that India needs so much of ventilator because there are so many people and we didn't have adequate ventilator, the government suspended the ban that it had on ventilators so that we can import ventilators. But very interestingly, today around 60,000 ventilators are available, and 96% of these ventilators were indigenously made in the country. It was not imported. Again, this shows self-reliance. The industry, the entrepreneurs arose to the needs of mankind, and they produced all these things in so much in mass that it took care of our requirement. And then plus, many of the college students and incubators came out with a lot of innovative handheld incubator, handheld ventilator, and small ventilators which can be plugged into any hospital where oxygen supply is available. I'm just showing a picture of the same. Similarly, vegetable, it has gone totally online. Technology has supported it. So another point to be noted here is all this innovation has happened with the help of technology being used appropriately and innovative business models. Similarly, classroom study again has moved from classroom group studies to studying with the help of mobile and laptops. Again, technology has been used and innovative products have come into the market. Now, what is the message that we get from all these stories? First, self-reliance. During such crisis, self-reliance has been very clearly demonstrated by the people, by the industry, by the entrepreneurs. They have tapped into the opportunity. Whatever opportunity is available, that has been tapped, and to take care of the market potential, they are able to produce, make, and give it to the market. Indigenous mass production has happened, and this is where we call them, just come from the conventional MSMEs. Here, I would quickly like to take you to what is the definition of an MSME as indicated by the government. 2006, we had a definition where MSME was classified into manufacturing those products and those who are rendering services, and they were classified into micro, small, and medium based on the type of amount of investment they make. 2018, this was further revised, and then it was turned into, say, micro, small, medium were categorized based on the turnover. And recently, post-COVID, post-Atma Nirbhar initiatives, the government again classified them based on both investment as well as the turnover that we make. But what is most important in all this thing is the conventional MSME, one has to very clearly understand that these are those industries which are producing conventional products. Conventional products, something like making automobile components, making electronic components, making notebooks, preparing jam, preparing food item. All these are conventional product which has been already being made in the market. And second, these are products which are made for known customers. You know the customer, you know he needs such a product, and you bring it and you make it in large quantity. And third, these type of MSME firms are self-funded and they are supported by bank by means of debt into their investment. And the entrepreneurs here in this sector look for a sustained growth. So this is one category of industry, the conventional MSME. Let us look at another category of industry, that is those who are making innovative products and services, whom we would call as the innovative startups. Now, again, what is the definition of this innovative startup? Innovative startups, as per the Government of India, are those entities which work towards innovation, development, deployment, or commercialization of new product, process, or services, primarily driven through technology or IP right, intellectual property. Plus, the government had its own regulation saying that the startup should be less than, they started with 5 years, they made it 7, then they made it 10 for biotech sector, and now currently they have made it uniformly 10 years. And then they said the turnover should be, initially it was 25 crores, now they have made it 100 crores. The government has been also constantly revising based on the input that they were getting from the market. Here is an example of various innovative products, just for a flavor for people to understand, to get a feel of what could be an innovative product. The way Flipkart came into India, whereby they started delivering product at home, at that point of time was innovative. When Ola entered Indian market, that was an innovative product. So anybody who moves first and gives a product for the first time in a particular geographical region which has not experienced that product or services before, generally fall into the category of innovative startups. Now, let us look at what are the characteristics of this innovative startups. They are primarily entrepreneurial ventures. They are fledgling human institutions. They are very small, struggling to grow, because they come with an innovative idea and they come with a new product or process that is not existing beforehand in the market. They address customers' need, but very important, a startup does not address an explicit customer need. Like an explicit customer need means a manufacturer of an automobile going to an automobile component shop and saying that I need brake shoes. And if a company is making brake shoes and giving it, it is an conventional MSME. Whereas customer needs which are not explicitly said, you try to understand, okay, I make a mobile app with which I can deliver one product from one place to another place. And then if you get to the market, you are into an innovative, you are into getting into an innovative startup. They are temporary organization, because once they start their mass production, they become an MSME. They primarily start with their product or process with the idea of commercializing it. And innovation is the trump card, as we had discussed previously. They highly rely on technology, because they use technology so that they can bring down the cost and they can disrupt the existing market. They have intellectual property associated with the new product or process they come up with. And their business model should be repeatable and scalable. This is again a very interesting thing. What they do in Pondicherry today, they should be able to replicate the same business model in Chennai, or for that matter, Bangalore tomorrow. That's another very important thing. And they work under extreme uncertainty. As mentioned by the inaugural speaker, professor from Gautam Buddha University, he said 95% of startups fail. That is primarily because of a combination of all these characteristics. A startup really doesn't know what the customer wants, so they assume what a customer wants, and when the product enters the market, it could get bombed. And secondly, they take help of technology, which at some point of time may not give them the support. So they face multiple challenges. A startup faces multiple challenges when compared to a conventional MSME. That is one message which I want to pass on to the youngsters who are attending the session today. And this is part of my PhD work, where we are trying to classify MSME into two categories. We just are trying to get MSMEs are one set who are the conventional, who give the conventional product, which is well known in the market, well-known customers are there to buy that product. So the risks are very less for a conventional MSME. The other end of which is there in the right end of the table, marked in yellow color. The orange color talk about the innovative startups who are not very sure whom their customer is. They are not funded by bank, because banks don't want to take that risks. So it is funded by angels, and they are either bootstrapped or VCs come into play. And since these funds don't come easily, they sell their equity to these people, and that's how they go. But the interesting point to be noted, both conventional MSME as well as innovative startups, both cause growth to the national economy. both add to the innovation, both add to the patents, and they generate profit for themselves and for the society to grow at large. That's the bottom line with both innovative startups as well as conventional MSME. The fourth is the industry. In all the examples that we saw, all the stories that we saw, the industry rose to the need of the mankind. So it is addressing the social entrepreneurship. And like my previous speaker from IRMA spoke, this also is rural entrepreneurship is also part of this. And all this put together encompasses what is known as entrepreneurship, which again, I'm just going through some book definitions given by various renowned person in the field of entrepreneurship. They have said, one, they have defined it as a new enterprise or an organization. They have said that it's a purposeful activity to initiate, maintain, and aggrandize a profit-oriented business. It is a process of creating something different, taking risk, having resulting in monetary benefit, personal satisfaction, and having independence. It is a competitive behavior that drives the market. Market is the output, and behavior is the entrepreneur who behaves in a particular way to respond to the market requirement. And finally, Schumpeter, 1940s economist, he was one who said that all entrepreneurs needs to be innovators who have to creatively destroy an existing market structure. What we call today as disruptive innovation is something in the 1940s Schumpeter had envisaged, and even today his philosophy, his thought process are very appropriate. And he says Schumpeterian entrepreneurs are those people who create an opportunity for themselves in the market. Even out of the blue, they can see an opportunity and then they create a product that that particular market wants. So these are the traits of entrepreneurs. So all that I wanted to tell the youngsters who are attending this session is, as again Professor from Gautam Buddha University said, couple of things which you should take care is, first, think innovatively, look at the market, look at the people around, see what challenges they are facing, look at the problems that they are facing, and see how you can find a solution. If that solution can ride on a technology platform, try and do it. Try to make a small prototype to see how it suits the market requirement, and then finally make a big product out of it. But always remember, empathize with the customer, empathize with the people to whom you are making your product or process. And that's the way you should be able to go. And one type of startup which is popularly picking up in colleges and thing is through the incubators and the accelerators. Participate in their activities, participate more in their hackathons so that you find solution to an existing problem. With this, I am done. Thank you. And if there are any questions, I would like to take it now or through the chat box. Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Alam. Thanks for the opportunity to Dr. Alam and Dr. Shankar Narayanan. Thank you. I'm through.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And thank you for sharing your, bringing lesson-laden, exciting stories, and through how, excitingly you have developed idea of, building entrepreneurial attitude among the youngsters, those who are aspiring to become entrepreneurs. So these crises may be a burden or a problem for many, but becomes an opportunity for so many who has innovative thinking and who has the skill to bring it into action. So thank you, sir, for joining us. We'll move on to the next speaker, who is going to speak on key determinants of entrepreneurship, status of per capita entrepreneurship in India. He is a scholar. Name is Mr. Shahidur Rashid Talukdar, research scholar, Center for Public Administration and Policy, Virginia Tech, Blacksburg, Virginia, USA. I'll just briefly present his profile. He has published internationally acknowledged renowned journals, especially in US and Canadian journals. He has authored numerous articles in newspaper, magazines, and online portals. Recently, one of his papers has been awarded the Best Paper Award in the Northeast Conference on Public Administration 2020, hosted by Suffolk University, Boston, Massachusetts. So over to you, Shahidur Rashid, for the session. Please unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
you are
good. I'm
audible and
sorry.
visible. Thank you.
And are my slides visible now?
Yes, visible.
That's great. Okay, so at first I would like to, sorry about the delay in turning on the mute and unmute. Thank you, Dr. Alam, for giving me this opportunity. And I feel this is an absolute honor and privilege to present before this audience. Many scholars and practitioners before me have presented their ideas, and I have found invaluable learnings from their presentations as well. And so here is my take on a comparative analysis of the status of entrepreneurship, key determinants of entrepreneurship with a focus on India. And here is a brief overview. What I'm going to talk about is, at first, I will briefly discuss why we care about entrepreneurship. This is followed by an analysis or an insight into entrepreneurship as to what are the different aspects of entrepreneurship one has to look at. Then I briefly discuss the status of entrepreneurship in major world economies, and then what are the determinants of entrepreneurship, or why things are the way they are. And then this is followed by a simple analysis of the relationship between determinants and entrepreneurship itself. And then I discuss a few India-specific factors. Some of the factors apply to the whole world, and some of the factors are more specific to India. And this is followed by a few suggestions for policymakers. So here we go. So here in this diagram, we can see this shows the world economy at a glance. So here clearly we can see that the United States is the largest economy, which alone contributes to about 24.4% of the world GDP. Similarly, this is followed by China, which contributes about 15% of the world GDP, followed by Japan, which contributes nearly 6% of the world GDP. And then it is followed by Germany, UK, France, India. And we can also see the distribution of the world economies in terms of the world's region. How many of them are from Africa? How many of them are from North America? Clearly, North America has the most because it has US and Canada. And quite a few of them are from Asia. So we can have a glimpse of the world economy from here. This is followed by a brief analysis of the world trade scenario of the major economies. So trade surplus and deficit. Surplus means a country sells more stuff outside than it buys. Deficit means the country buys more stuff from outside than it sells. So by absolute number, United States has the largest trade deficit. That means it buys a lot of stuff from outside world. And China has the highest surplus. That is, China sells a lot of stuff to the outside world. The diagram on the right-hand side shows trade surplus as a deficit, trade surplus or deficit as a percentage of GDP. So why we need to do that is that absolute numbers don't always make sense. We have to look things into relative terms, and every country's trade deficit or surplus has to be looked at from the perspective of how large an economy is. So when we convert the trade surplus or deficit as a percentage of GDP, it looks like the picture completely changes, because now United States is no longer the country with the highest deficit. UK, in fact, is the country with the highest level of deficit, followed by India, and China is no longer the country with highest level of surplus. It's rather Germany. And similarly, we can see for the other countries as well. So here is the question why I am talking about the world economy in terms of GDP and trade surplus in the context of entrepreneurship. So the argument here is that entrepreneurship helps boost economic activities, which boosts economic growth, which boosts export, and this can help reduce the surplus. So this is the objective that most of the time, the objective behind entrepreneurship in a macro sense is to increase the growth of the country, economic growth of the country, and reduce the trade surplus. However, regarding entrepreneurship, there are other arguments. It's not just economic arguments. Many times, scholars have noted that entrepreneurship can lead to social change, entrepreneurship can lead to community development, and entrepreneurship has many other benefits as well. But it's not all good, and it's not all bad. So there are some aspects of entrepreneurship. If a country focuses too much on entrepreneurship, and if there are too many efforts at creating new businesses, then there can be problems as well, because with entrepreneurship comes huge risk. With risk comes failure, and with that failure, there can be psychological, economic, social, and political costs associated. So this is a caveat we need to remember when we talk about entrepreneurship. Next, I am going to talk about different aspects of entrepreneurship. Since my previous presenter has already discussed in detail what entrepreneurship is, I'm not going to spend much time on that. Rather, I'm going to talk about what are the different ways one can look at entrepreneurship. So one of the ways to look at entrepreneurship is just to count the number of startups in a country or in a region or in a state. The other way to look at it is we have to normalize it by dividing with the population of the country or income or something or the other. Then we can look at startup ecosystems. Startup ecosystem means this is a place-based concept that there is a place at the core of which there are certain innovations, certain startup businesses going on, and then sharing the common pool of resources in the region within a radius of 60 miles or 100 kilometers. There could be many more startups or many more businesses that grow out of that particular, the first initial startup. So that entire system is called startup ecosystem. And then we can also look at the survival rate or failure rate of startups, which my previous caller has already referred to. Now I'm going to show you the level of startups in terms of total number by different countries. So clearly, China has the highest number of startups in absolute numbers. Canada in this diagram has the lowest number of startups. And one new country I am adding here is that Israel. The reason I am adding Israel in this slide is that Israel is considered one of the leaders in entrepreneurship and innovation. And as a result, it's worth looking when it comes to comparison. So now the thing is that if we look at the absolute number and think Canada is the worst country and China is the best country, that will be a mistake because we will have to normalize it by population. We have to take into consideration the population size of each country. So in this slide, what I do is I take number of startups per thousand population, and this completely flips the picture. Not completely, but to a large extent. So here, now we see that on a per capita basis or per thousand population basis, India has the lowest level of entrepreneurship in terms of measured by the number of startups, followed by Canada, followed by Japan, Germany, and so on, with UK having the highest number of startups per thousand population. Now looking at startup ecosystems. So not all country has startup ecosystems. Like you may have startups, but that doesn't necessarily mean every country will have a startup ecosystem. So the Global Startup Ecosystem Report studies the creation and existence of these startup ecosystems. In terms of countries, we see United States has the highest level of startup ecosystems by absolute number, followed by China, and India has also two startup ecosystems. And here on the right side of the diagram, I identified those startup ecosystems. One is Bangalore and one is Delhi. And this also shows the relative ranking of the startup system. So although these two are towards the bottom of the ranking, but still it's better to have more startups ecosystems than not having them. So in the previous slides, we have seen that entrepreneurship, both as a absolute number, both as a per capita basis, as well as in terms of startup ecosystems, the level of entrepreneurship varies by country. Now the question is, why does this variation take place? What are the factors that determine which countries will have more startups and higher number and percentages? Okay. So here are some of the factors. This analysis, this particular slide, it takes into consideration factors that are identified by academic scholars, global think tanks, and other practitioners, individual practitioners, etc. So broadly, the key determinants of entrepreneurship can be divided into four types: economic, institutional, social, and psychological. And as you can see, there are a large number of determinants on each of them. I'm not going to discuss all of them. However, we can look at some of the major ones, for example, market infrastructure. In order for an economy to have a good number of entrepreneurship or startups, it needs to have a good market. Otherwise, the startups cannot do business. Regulatory environment. One very important thing is for any country is that there should be a good regulatory environment. That means there should be appropriate rules and regulations and appropriate implementation of these rules and regulations so that startups can start and they run the business without fighting with other businesses or without being fought by other businesses. And then there are a number of social factors, for example, education, diversity, culture, social support system. These also determine in important ways the level of entrepreneurship a country may have. And then there are a number of psychological factors, and especially these are very important because these refer to an individual's personal qualities and capacities. For example, willingness, self-confidence, creativity, then intelligence, patience, persistence, and ability for teamwork and ability for taking calculated risk. So these are very important determinants of entrepreneurship. However, in a given context, we don't necessarily know which of the determinants are important, which of the determinants are not, whether they matter or not. So in order to do that, from a scholarly perspective, there are three ways to go at it. One is analyze the association between an independent variable and a dependent variable. In this case, independent variable being these determinants and dependent variable being the level of entrepreneurship. The next step would be correlation analysis, in which you can see to what extent or how strong this association between the independent variables and the dependent variables. And then the better version or the best version is causality analysis to see what exactly causes what. But empirically, it's extremely difficult to do a good causality analysis. So most of the time, people rely on either association analysis or correlation analysis. So for this presentation, I am going to conduct some simple association analysis. So we have seen that the levels of entrepreneurship varies by country. For example, India had one of the lowest level of entrepreneurship, and China and UK have highest levels of entrepreneurship. So here in this diagram, I am presenting two broad types of independent variables. One is business dynamism and another is innovation capability. Both of these, in some form, are coming from the World Economic Forum's Global Competitiveness Report. So I have modified these to my understanding to suit my purpose. So this actually, what these two scores does is that they assign a score to each country between 0 to 100. 0 means worst, 100 means best. And so the same is true for innovation capability. So here, if we look at, we see that India and Brazil share very similar characteristics in terms of business dynamism or innovation capacity. One thing and China has relatively better in both aspects compared to both India and Brazil. One thing we can notice is that most of the developed economies, they have higher level of innovation capability than their business dynamism, although they rank fairly high in both. On the other hand, most of the developing countries, they seem to have more business dynamism compared to innovation capability. And this refers to what my previous presenter said, that we severely lack in innovation. And one of the strongest determinant of entrepreneurship is innovation capability. So now let's look at a bit finer on these. What do these two mean, the business dynamism and innovation capability? So business dynamism has factors such as administrative requirements and entrepreneurial culture. Innovation capability includes factors such as interaction and diversity and research and development. And now if we look at the minor details of these two scores, we see that India's score in each of them and Brazil's score in each of them are among the lowest. In some cases, Brazil scores the lowest. In some cases, India scores the lowest. And therefore, there is no surprise that we saw in terms of business dynamism and in terms of innovation capability, both these countries ranked lower. And we can also see that why we have relatively lower level of entrepreneurship. So now one thing I would like to make sure here is that this association analysis is not perfect, because we have seen that while the case of India can be easily explained by the low scores, we cannot explain the same thing with China, because China also doesn't have a very high score in these parameters. However, China has a much higher level of entrepreneurship. Similarly, if we look at Canada, Canada has a very high level of business dynamism and innovation capability, but it doesn't rank very high in terms of entrepreneurship. So that means these are indicative of some of the qualities, but it cannot fully explain the level of entrepreneurship in a country. That means we need further studies such as regression analysis or causation to find what determines exactly the level of entrepreneurship in a country. So now, as I mentioned earlier, that we cannot just talk about the level of entrepreneurship, we have to look at their level of success and failure. And just like my previous presenter mentioned, that startups fail. Yes, they fail very easily and very frequently. One of the report by IBM Institute for Business Value and Oxford Economics found in 2016 that despite India's entrepreneurial strength, as many as 90% startups fail within the first 5 years. And this is not necessarily unique to India. Maybe India has a higher rate of failure, but it happens in all countries, irrespective of whether they are developed countries or developing countries. It does happen. So they conducted a survey with some leading venture capitalists, and from that survey, they found these are the following reasons that leads to startup failures. Undifferentiated business models. It basically means that the business models are actually not truly innovative. They are just copying someone else's business models. So, and lack of sufficient skills, although we have a highly educated workforce, but when it comes to specific type of business activities, we need specific type of skills, and that is usually lacking. Then insufficient funding. In order for any startups to develop, there needs to be a lot of resources, and often there is a lack of resources in India, especially when it comes to financial resources. Then inadequate mentoring of startup leaders. There are not enough guidance available for startup leaders. What to do, what not to do, how best the startup can be made successful. So we need mentoring and guidance for that. And then there are lots of unethical business conducts by startups. So they try to take shortcuts, and these result in failure to comply with the laws. Then industry hits them hard because they are playing the game in a different way. And then, of course, inexperienced leadership also plays a role. So when it comes to India specific factors, we have seen the global factors that there are a huge variety of determinants that can affect the level of entrepreneurship in a country. A number of reports and scholars have suggested that India has its specific factors as well, other than the general factors. So some are strengths, some are actually weakness that we can consider as potential opportunities. One of the biggest strengths of India is that India enjoys, or at least until now, it used to enjoy considerable macroeconomic stability. India is a fairly large economy, has been growing for a while at a steady pace, and there has not been any major turmoil in India. As a result, India enjoys a pretty good macroeconomic stability. Then, as I mentioned earlier, India has a good, highly skilled workforce in most cases. Indian economy is relatively open to trade, both internal as well as external. And then there is an extremely large domestic market. So if you have a large domestic market, then that means there is more demand, and you can produce more stuff and sell it to the domestic market itself. So this is another strength. And then many of the reports note that India is experiencing an emerging entrepreneurship. A large number of our youngsters and our business leaders, they are becoming entrepreneurs, they are creating new startups. However, there are lots of other factors that actually put a constraint on those strengths. So for example, lack of research and development. One of the main issues that many of the reports notice is that in India, there is not enough research and development for technology, for entrepreneurship, or for even pure natural science for that matter. So this becomes a big problem, and this contributes to lack of innovation. Now, without innovation, startups or entrepreneurship cannot survive, and India's lack of innovation has been prominently discussed by many scholars and many think tanks, that Indian startups primarily tend to follow the Western model. And as a result, the Western market system and the Indian market system is different. As a result, these startups cannot actually eventually cope up, and they fail. So that's another key factor. then institutions and policy. So I am using a very broad term here. By institutions, I here mean the law and order mechanism, the rules and regulations, the entire regulatory environment. And the policy means refers to government policies. What are the policies the government has, not just on paper, but what are the policies that actually facilitate and encourage and provide resources for entrepreneurship. Then overall culture. Overall culture is another important thing because in a given society, what the society values is very important. For example, in India, the society typically values a stable job and a steady stream of income. And entrepreneurship is actually opposite to this in from this perspective because entrepreneurship does not ensure a steady stream of income, and often, as we have seen earlier in terms of the failure rates, it's the success is not guaranteed either. So as a result, this overall culture also matters a lot in terms of determining the level of entrepreneurship in India. Then the political context. The political context has to be favorable for innovation and entrepreneurship. And in my next slide, I will discuss a little more about this. So suggestions for policymakers include that we have to invest a lot in research and development, although we have world-class institutes such as IITs and IISc and universities. But given the size of India, yes,
I'm sorry to
and
interrupt, but
given
I think I request you to kindly wind up a bit earlier because students are it's getting late, and we also
yeah,
have the valedictory section. So kindly,
yep, I'm
wind
almost
up
done.
another.
This is the last.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
So investing in research and development is one of the most important things we need to do. Then facilitating and encouraging innovation, not just in words, but in terms of actual infrastructure and resources, and strengthening public institutions such as court systems, such as law and order, that is police governance, and the overall regulatory environment. We have to invest in that. Otherwise, startups cannot function, they cannot survive. And then there has to be a shift in political culture. That means our politicians and our politics has to shift its focus from caste and religion-based politics to actual issues of importance, that is economic, social, and environmental issues that actually affect entrepreneurship. So this is my take, and if you have any questions or comments, you can either ask me or send via chat. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Shahidur Rashid. If anyone has any question, they can write on the chat box, and I think Mr. Tarudar can respond in the chat box. As we are running short of time, and we have moved to the last session of the program, that is valedictory session. And in this, we have a guest, Dr. Mustafa Barbuya, founder director, FAED, and associate scientific director, molecular biology, Quest Diagnostic, Marlborough, Massachusetts, USA. So I'll just read out his brief profile. Dr. Mustafa Barbuya was selected as one of the American Society for Clinical Pathologists, ASCP 40 under 40 2019. The ASCP 40 under 40 program recognizes members under the age of 40 for their achievement and leadership qualities that are making an impact on pathology and laboratory medicine. He won several awards and published 26 peer-reviewed research articles and presented in 34 conferences. Dr. Barbuya established a non-profit foundation for advancement of essential diagnostic in Guwahati, India in 2018. The overall goal of this foundation is to promote and further augment the essential diagnostic list published by WHO in context to South and Southeast Asia. FAED aims to provide framework for a strong and functional evidence-based laboratory medicine regulatory system in Southeast Asia to maintain and sustain the quality assurance and continuous improvement in the practice of laboratory medicine in low resource setting. The Foundation of Advancement of Essential Diagnostic also envisions to collaborate with Pan India Health Organization, and they also want to expand their work in USA too. So with these words, over to Dr. Mustafa for his special address.
Thank you, Dr. Alam, and I will be very quick. Good afternoon, everybody. Good evening now. Here it is early morning. So am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
And can you see my slides?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay, let me just make it probably bigger. Okay. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to interact with you all, and it will be more informal of a presentation. That it has been great to hear at least the last two presentations of this international webinar, and I will keep focus on healthcare related issues. Before I go, I need to disclose certain things. I don't have any financial disclosure with any of the organization I'm involved with. I do not get any remuneration from any of the ventures I have started, the foundation, and I also have an agribusiness private limited in Northeast. I call it Northeast Group, any group agribusiness. Any opinions, comments made in this presentation are my personal views, and it is not related to my employer, or it is endorsed by any of the institution or my employer. A few terms before I start, because I will focus certainly on the pandemic preparedness. Outbreak, what is a disease outbreak basically in terms of pandemic preparedness? This refers to the number of cases or of a disease that exceeds what would be expected. For example, if there is a dengue outbreak in Delhi, so in this season, winter is approaching. So during this winter, if the dengue fever increases the expected number by epidemiologists, we call it as an outbreak. Endemic infection or endemic disease, for example, malaria. So malaria is perpetual in certain kind of environment. Africa, India are example. It is there. We cannot get rid of malaria. We live with it. That is an endemic disease. What is an epidemic? Epidemic disease affects a large number of people within a community, population, or region. So it is a large outbreak of a particular disease when it is epidemic. Then pandemic, it is a global epidemic. So these are terminological jargons when we discuss about healthcare preparedness in a country around the globe. So I just wanted to revise our memory on those terminologies. Now, what is pandemic preparedness? This slide I have taken from the Global Health Security Index measures of WHO that ranks the global pandemic preparedness metric based on certain parameters. And you will be surprised to know that none of the countries, including United States, as early as in 2018 has performed above 90%. United States was having highest score in that was 85. That is why we see when a global pandemic hit, United States is crawling, and we will go to that. So how that metrics is structured? We need to have a prevention infrastructure of any new emergence of the disease. We need to have detection and reporting measures. That means that covers the testing mechanism, testing system in place, and reporting mechanisms. Then, once we identify, we need to have a rapid response to that detection and reporting. And that rapid response includes the tracking system and then contact tracing in this particular pandemic we are facing. And then health system. Health system is certain things that comes from the bottom. That means how are the government public funded health systems are working, how are the private systems are working, how the regulatory health system is working. And then are all these health systems our compliance with global norms, or I will say certain quality metrics of national standards, even not if international standards. Then the risk environment, to assess the risk of individual countries' vulnerabilities to those disease situations and emergency preparedness. So this is something, it is again from the health security. India is right here at 46 kind of things. And as I mentioned, none of the countries has performed more than 90%. United States was as low as in 83.5 or 84. So as a globe, we were not ready for pandemic preparedness. So that is why we are facing it. So the global health security systems have had those warnings much before we got this pandemic. WHO checklist for pandemic influenza risk and impact management. So this is just an current pandemic is not an influenza to be, I want to be accurate, I'm a scientist, but this is a generalized around 65-page booklet prepared by WHO that discusses about general pandemic preparedness. A country needs to prepare for an emergency, always alert. There should be surveillance, investigation, and assessment mechanisms. There should be health services and clinical management team involved in it. And that these should not be there just for some days. That should exist. And we will see, and we can see probably whether those infrastructures exist in India or many other countries or not, specifically India. Preventing illness in the community. Are we preventing? This COVID-19 crisis or SARS-CoV-2 is just a thing that blows up our mind. However, have we considered how tuberculosis is affecting Indian communities and how malaria is affecting Indian communities, how dengue is affecting Indian communities, and so on? So can we prevent those illnesses in a continuous manner? Maintaining essential services and recovery. All of this impacts the management. And do we have the essential diagnostic services around the country is another question. Research and development, and this is the bottom that actually impacts everything on the top of the pyramid. If you just take this, the research and development component, it is very, very important. Now, then you need to have evaluation and plans. So all these will come from the research and development infrastructure that a country has. And you may check these. This is a huge book. I will suggest the students of social work, students of public health, or general scientific community should read that 65-page booklets. Each and every of these 7-8 items are a chapter in that. Now, how we do the maintain essential cyber and evaluate a pandemic. So clinical laboratory system, that is core of my profession, and how it impacts. This is true for every single disease in modern evidence-based medicine. It is not only about SARS-CoV-2. The SARS-CoV-2 has alerted us. Now it is imperative to think about it that every disease diagnosis process involves a clinical laboratory. And in this case, it is the COVID-19 that is showing up, walking us through that we should be prepared for having these kind of events, and even prevention of tuberculosis and prevention of dengue in Indian context, because these are two very important infectious disease in India. Especially TB is one of the deadly killers in Indian context. So how do we detect infection? How do we detect, stage the disease, whether it is antibiotic resistance in case of tuberculosis, and how do we prognosticate at current TB patients? How we administer the DOTS program very strictly in civil hospital systems, and then how do we do the epidemiological surveillance? So this is all true. Clinical laboratory plays a very, very important role at any given point of time. You cannot manage what you do not measure. So that is where, you know, the testing things coming into picture. I mean, so this is what is the answer to why people are talking about testing. That we need to measure the extent of the danger before you manage it. So this is the fundamental principle in the pandemic preparedness. Let me switch a little gear. So India in numbers. So current population is 1.3 billion as of today. The population density in India is very, very high. 35% of the population is urban. It is around 65% rural. Median age in India is close to 30 years. This is a good thing about this pandemic, and probably Indian death rate is low due to this. And how about the other states? These are just numbers I'm placing because the challenges we have. There are around 28 states and 8 union territories, 739 districts as of this year. There are 665,000 closely villages, 664,369 to be precise. Are these villages and districts from the bottom ready for such an enormous crisis in human history? Keep this aside. Are these district hospitals and villages ready in terms of civil hospitals, in terms of rural public health dispensaries, for even just screen a TB sample, AFB, keep aside molecular tests? Can they do a small dengue screening? Those are the questions we need to ask as entrepreneurs. And if we look at broadly the healthcare system and challenges, I have just finished reading these 2 books. This one, Healers or Predators, this is also introduced by Professor Amartya Sen. It is published in OUP. These are very recent books that discusses the healthcare system and its challenges. And then other book is also Dissenting Diagnosis, that how clinical laboratory system are collapsing in India because of decline of current existing civil healthcare system and switching to private nursing homes all over the places. And there's an episode on Sektam Jayate probably 5 years back on those areas of how healthcare system has rotten and certain kinds of corruption emerging from those diagnostic areas. Solution that those books don't discuss. So these are very good books. This one is around 800 pages. This one is around 300 pages. They discuss a lot of stuff in that, but they don't really discuss the solutions. This is what my take from these books are. I suggest every social work students should have written a few chapters of that, and the social work departments to get those books in their library. Need for robust health policy reforms, need for new legislations. Indian health policy is very old. In 2016, the current government has initiated certain reforms. These are welcome steps, but much more need to be done. How to fix the public health system? When I am saying public health system, these are civil hospital government systems. That has to be discussed at length. Civil hospital networks are struggling with emergence of private nursing homes in small towns. Public health dispensaries need a sustainable clinical laboratory system. As I have mentioned, that if we do not know how to measure, we cannot manage. Lack of trained workforce in India. When I am talking about this workforce, this is R&D innovation. Last 2 presenters discussed that India is lacking behind in R&D because India is at the bottom. I mean, India is even below the ranks of Chile, Kenya, and many other countries, you see. This is very, very low. 4 researcher per 10,000 labor force. This is an UNESCO report. This is very dim state of R&D innovation ecosystem, and that is where entrepreneurs fail. And if there is no innovation, those are the kind of arguments. So this is one answer to that. So we need to focus on that. Healthcare spending in India, government infrastructure, again, very dismal. It is just at 1.2 to 1.3 right now. We're 10 times below the developed countries, and even Brazil, it is 3 times lower than that. So those are the kind of things government needs to think to increase GDP, per capita GDP. And another story, Indian healthcare spending in private sector. Now, India ranks among top 20 of the world's countries in private spending, 4.2% of the GDP. People do their own treatments. It is very, very challenging situation. Employers pay, sometimes some good employers, if you are working in a corporate or central government health scheme, probably you are the group. 9% of the private care. Health insurance, 5 to 10%, not all are covered. It is a very dismal state. 82% is from personal funds. That actually bankrupt people. Medical treatment sometimes bankrupt people. This needs to be fixed. More than 40% of all patients admitted to hospital have to borrow money, sell assets, including inherited property, farmland, to cover expenses. This is a very dismal state. And that actually leads, rural people towards further below poverty line. This is an article published in British Medical Journal, and this is from probably 2005. I think it's old data, but still it is relevant. Nothing has improved much since last 10-15 years. Keeping in mind all these things, I have started this foundation for advancement of essential diagnostics, and I had certain goals at the website. I have a website as well for that. How to advance the workforce in laboratory medicine. Before doing a test, you need a person who is trained to do the test. Those are the kind of things that are in mind. We need to strengthen our civil hospitals and public health dispensaries through private-public partnership that already exists in Indian entrepreneurial ecosystem. We need to train a new generation of medical laboratory scientists in India so that they can play a consulting role in those low-resource health centers, and utilize modern laboratory medicine in the best way possible in remotest of the remotest village in India. And then conduct research in disease dynamics and surveillance studies in the Indian subcontinent through the lens of pathology and laboratory medicine. And I'm happy to share that I established this foundation as a Section 8 non-profit company in 2018 November. It is just 2 years in India, and I have already registered this organization in the United States as a non-profit organization as well. I am not only looking at India, I'm looking at whole world and 200 countries. I have a vision for this foundation to take the work to all the countries that needs to be done. Mission 2050 for Atma Nirbhar clinical labs in India. I had certain goals. I want to set up 5 laboratories in 28 states and 8 union territories by 2025, 1 central laboratory, scale up FAD labs in 739 districts, tagged with district civil hospitals in private-public partnership model, public-private PPP model by 2035. And I think it will take 10 years, keeping in mind the innovation and R&D ecosystem, workforce, everything. Literally, it has to be a lot of work to be done. FAD community labs stacked with community hospital in 600,000 villages by 2050. So I think this is my whole life goal I set up with this foundation. And I do have certain other things side by side with that in terms of research and innovation. Those central laboratories will conduct those research and innovations at state level headquarters. This is a website during the start of as early as February. I started that to fight the pandemic or getting pandemic preparedness in force, we need information to be disseminated in a wide languages. So first thing we did is we translated the literature in Hindi, Assamese, Bengali, Boro, Manipuri, in those languages. These are there in our foundation website. We disseminated information to the government agencies. My focus was a little bit northeast because this foundation is currently incubated in Guwahati Biotech Park. It is part of the incubation center in around IIT Guwahati, but Guwahati Biotech Park is moving out in larger space. I do have a small space there. And again, I wish I could have translated everything in at least 22 scheduled languages of Indian language. These are the visions. So I am presenting before the Pondicherry University, and I hope I will be expanding my work to those Pondicherry as well, and all the union territories per se in futures by my 2035 mission. So I also get involved with thought leadership as well. So this is an article published in July 12th. Before that, we have been, and I have been writing to global leaders on many things internally. But this is the Conversation Africa edition article I co-wrote with Professor Timothy Amukele. Professor Timothy Amukele actually modeled essential diagnostics for WHO. He is the director of Johns Hopkins Bayview Medical Center Clinical Laboratory. And we could influence the African CDC to adopt some of our recommendations through those writings and articles and thought leadership. And in Indian context, as early as in March, internally, these are not published. I have written to state authorities as a foundation director and submitted my recommendations to almost at least 10 to 20 chief ministers, health ministers, as well as our health ministry. And I think this is the last slide I have, and I will be happy to discuss any of the questions you have. And thank you, and thank you for giving me the opportunity here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Mustafa, for talking about the healthcare entrepreneurship and this AFAED mission for Nirbhar clinical lab, and the efforts that you're making globally to the pan America and Latin America and American continent. And so my wishes that you take leaps and bound. You have success, especially in healthcare, as we see that the many things, many of the figures are dismal. So I thank you for joining us and the previous speaker also, both of them have joined from US, and the timing is a little odd. It's early morning there, and we give a special thank to them because it's early morning, 7 o'clock, and getting up and joining for the webinar. Maybe we are running short of time, we are late, but for them the day has started. It's good morning for them. So thank you. It was wonderful listening to you, and to Mr. Talukdar, who has also talked about the macro, discussed about the macro realities of the entrepreneurial ecosystem, and what is the status of India and as compared to the other parts of the country. So, and other part of the globe. So thank you much, and thank you very much. We are running short of time, and we have our director waiting in line. So I would request Professor Chain Sultana, Professor, Department of Social Work, to introduce our Director, Culture and Cultural Relations.
Thank you, Dr. Iftikhar. Professor Rajiv Jain is currently serving as the Director of Culture and Cultural Relations and is an expert in analytical chemistry, electroanalytical chemistry, environmental chemistry, and pharmaceutical analysis. Sir has been working in the field of electroanalytical chemistry, chromatography, environmental chemistry, and pharmaceutical analysis for the last 33 years. Professor Rajiv Jain has published over 330 research papers. He has also served as the President 103rd session of the Indian Science Congress of Chemical Sciences section, Chemical Sensors, and he's also won the Research Leader Award in the year 2014, one of the few awards from the long list of recognition of his work. Sir has been very supportive and very encouraging and has been listening to all the conversations today in this webinar. We thank you very much, sir, for having joined with us, sir, being patiently listening to all the conversations which is happening here, also to the words of wisdom from the resource persons. On to you, sir, Professor Rajiv Jain.
Good evening. Thank you, Professor Shaheen, for kind words. Professor Nalini, Head Department of Social Works. Professor Shaheen, Department of Social Work. Professor P. Murthy, Professor and Dean, School of Social Sciences and International Studies. Professor Mustafa Bharbuya from Massachusetts, USA. Fellow colleagues, research scholars, participants, ladies and gentlemen. I am happy to note that Department of Social Work has organized an international webinar on entrepreneurship and startups, a way forward for Atma Nirbhar Bharat, a topic of great interest. The topic of webinar, entrepreneurship and startups, and that for Atma Nirbhar Bharat is timely selected topic on which our resource person, Professor Mustafa, explained in detail how, as a clinical person, can start startups, different startups in different fields by setting up testing labs for different purposes, by setting up chain of hospital, small hospital in district towns, then connected with the satellite towns, then connected with a bigger city, metropolitan city. Similarly, the startups can be set up in different fields. For example, a chemist can set up startups for synthesizing or manufacturing or preparing chemicals which are import substitute. There are thousands of chemicals which we import, and their preparation is not very difficult. It can be synthesized in the country, and it will save a lot of money, a lot of foreign currency. So that, for example, in earlier times, menthol was a compound which was imported, but we suggested that it can be very well prepared from a grass, menthol, which grows wild grass, and then immediately after synthesis or manufacturing in India, it cost come down heavily. Similarly, if we are working in electronics, then there are a number of things which we can prepare, and you will be surprised to know that even when we are having a sophisticated instrumentation center at Chandigarh, established by Council of Scientific and Industrial Research and working from last 50 years, but still we are importing our instruments. We are importing instruments. We are not using indigenously prepared or manufactured instruments. So that should be looked into, how to make necessary corrections in there, how to do that people purchase our indigenous instruments. They should not go for imported instruments. The main difficulty is that in India, overall, 90% startups fail in their initial years. That is the main problem. This happens for a multiple of reasons, but the most common reason is failure of a balance between startup visionaries, a skilled workforce, and right business direction. The digitalization of the country has helped the cause a lot, making people more aware, which has led to the creation of multiple e-commerce sites. logistic, and financial startups. Now, to maintain this, in the future, it is very important to properly train and instill a culture of entrepreneurship in the youth of this country. A startup means not only particularly that we development of software is a startup or development of any technology connected with ICT is a startup. A startup may be anywhere. Even in mining, it may be a startup. When we mine for crushing stones, then along with the stones, we also get precious stones. But the persons who are doing mining, crushing stones, having queries, they do not know about the stones. They have no knowledge about the stones. So, along with a very rough stone, they also crush precious stones. Precious stones having value in millions in value. So, if educated engineers and scientists are involved in starting startups, then we can proceed towards the Atmanirbhar Bharat. The Prime Minister has talked about an Atmanirbhar or self-reliant vision of India that he has for the future of our country. And while the emotion and meaning behind this vision is strong, there are a lot of changes we need to bring in to actually enable us to become Atmanirbhar. The biggest driving force behind this is the evolution of more startups and entrepreneurs. Startups means creating new indigenous companies that are funded and homegrown in India, which create opportunities and adds money to the country. They create jobs. They do not run behind jobs, but they create jobs. India is not lagging behind on the number of entrepreneurs it has. This is what we need to change steadily. While foreign direct investment is important, when our sources of innovation requires foreign support, we become more nirbhar or dependent on them. More government funds need to go towards financing new indigenous startups, and our investors need to invest more in homegrown companies. The government needs to come up with better policies that favor new startups. Currently, very few investors invest because of the tax disadvantages and specific skills required in a new startup, which is something that needs to be worked out. It is a good thing to have FDI right now, but investment from abroad are made on well-established companies that guarantee returns. For the growth of new startups, financing is scarce and is something government and the people need to look into. That is, that if company is established, if we have big company, we have a company which give us returns, then everybody is ready to invest in that. But when our students who come out from after passing out engineering or science graduates or commerce graduates, they come out in the market, if very few financial help come, even banks shy away from give loan to them because they are afraid of whether their startup will be successful or not. If we see in practice, then it is very difficult to take loan from a bank for a new educated person, whereas an industrialist can very easily take as much loan as he wants. Some of India's most recent startups that made it big include household names like Swiggy, Oyo, Ola Cabs, Zomato, and Paytm. We are advancing in all spheres, but we need to do more. As the youth of the country, we must try to use our education for better, for more than getting a job. Creating jobs, reaching out for change, and making the country
Did we just lose connection or something happened?
not able to hear you, sir. Sorry.
Hello.
I can hear you, but I could not hear the presenter for last couple of
I think
minutes or
there's
so.
some connectivity issue.
Okay.
Maybe we have to find out just.
Steve?
Yes, ma'am. I think director sir got disconnected.
Yeah, I just checked with him. 1 minute.
Just an informal comment in between. Iftikhar.
Yes, please, sir.
For larger audience, we discussed about failures, right? 90% fails, 95% fails. Okay, he's back probably. I will comment at the end. Just one line.
You can also type in a chat box.
Dr. Iftikhar is joining. Rajesh Chandra is joining back. Yeah.
Fine, he's joining. Our director is
Okay,
joining.
sorry, it was disconnected. I do not know what was the reason, but I am just completing my talk in a minute. That I want to emphasize that our young minds, our young students, when coming out as a graduates of any discipline, maybe of any discipline, they can start their own startup, but only thing is that they should be keen observers. Observing should be very keen. As I told you, that in a quarry, when I just visiting a stone crushing machine, and I find that while they are mining, they are taking out stones, I find a precious stone there. Immediately I say, stop it. The value of that stone will be of maybe more than 100 trucks of stones which they were mining. So the thing is that only keen observation is required, because young mind has number of things are there. But today the feeling is that immediately after passing out, I should get a good job. Naturally, most of the students who are brilliant get jobs. But if they search for starting a new startup, then they will be a very successful entrepreneur. I wish all the students that they should think in that direction. Because an entrepreneurial spirit is what each one of us needs to imbibe. That I congratulate the organizers for organizing a webinar on a topic of very current interest and useful for our students. And thank you for inviting me and giving an opportunity to interact with all the participants. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are privileged to see you join in the webinar and give a valedictory address. And whenever we listen your address, it's always a very calm and composed address where you touch upon all the important aspects, and whether it is social entrepreneurship, startup, or any other thing, you give your mind, and we are so thankful to hear you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, sir. So now the next we have our scholar who is going to share the summary of the webinar, and he has been keenly observing the webinar from the beginning, and he would just highlight the important features that he has covered in just 5 minutes. So that, and then we'll move on to the vote of thanks. For Mr. Arul Actovin, he's a junior research fellow in the Department of Social Work, and he's going to present.
Sir, am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay, sir. Good evening, one and all. One day international webinar on entrepreneurship and startups, a way forward for Atma Nirbhar Bharat, organized by Department of Social Work, Pondicherry University. The webinar started at 2:30 p.m. on 12th November 2020 with Pondicherry University Anthem. Professor R. Nalini, Head, Department of Social Work, Pondicherry University, welcome the dignitaries, resource person, guests, participants, students, and research scholar. Dr. Iftikhar Alam, webinar convener and assistant professor, Department of Social Work, Pondicherry University, explained the scope of the webinar. The special address given by Professor Murthy, Dean, School of Social Sciences and International Studies, Pondicherry University. He also highlighted the Prime Minister's Narendra Modi's quote on Atma Nirbhar Bharat, that is self-reliant, self-sufficient, self-generating. After that, the special address given by the inaugural address given by Professor Bhagavat Prakash Sharma, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Gautam Gupta University, Uttar Pradesh. In his address, he stressed the importance of starting a social entrepreneurship from educational institution through variable products, idea generation context, innovation products in our teaching, as well as social entrepreneurship can be utilized in adventure tourism in different areas of our country. Then, keynote address given by SPU, social entrepreneur, organic culture and fair trade, Netherlands and India, stated with questions of who is considering themselves as social entrepreneur and the importance or need to solve social problems. Social entrepreneurs are like a change maker to take responsibility. He also focused on the cultural identity, neoliberalism, fascism, and that is an inclusive India, resilience, life of yoga, where he also mentioned the time of collective work and economic democracy to the trade and exchange and the localization of the producer, ownership and constitutional entrepreneurial ecosystem in the country. After that, Professor A. Shahin Sultana, Department of Social Work, Pondicherry University, proposed the vote of thanks for the inaugural session. After the inaugural section, immediately the technical section was started. The lead speaker, Professor G. Krishnamurthy, Director, Foundation for Rural Transformation, Anand, Gujarat, India, delivered on the rural entrepreneurship and innovation on Atma Nirbhar on self-reliance. He highlighted why and what rural entrepreneurship, the country well-being in majority of people, rural areas people need to be micro-entrepreneurship and they are mercy of market. The entrepreneurship is already deep-rooted in rural areas, mostly in agriculture. Successful rural model is a collective action with the initial of leadership. He also shared the experience of Amul. Anand is a birthplace of cooperative movement that is called Amul. Also, he highlighted the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, Marat Desai, and V.G. Kurian for the present status of Amul. And then he highlighted the successful rural entrepreneurship model, that is the Amul culture, that is resulted in what we call as in Anand. After that, the second technical section by Miss Anjali, National Coordinator, Fair Trade, Downs, India, and being paradigm shifter. She started with the journey of entrepreneurship in textile and fashioning industry. The industry is creating a social and environmental damage in our society. The social justice elevating poverty, stating with one tailor, how would we create a multiple cropping, soil remain fertile, farmers were getting second income through this, and then empowering people in terms of financial management through not only tailoring workers and their family well-being. She concluded with how to become more local and help to the people. After that, lead speaker, the Commander Commander retired Navneet Krishnan, TGM Senior, L&T Shipping Building, Chennai, as well as research scholar, IIT Madras, delivered the contribution of India startups during a COVID-19 towards self-reliance, where he talked about the stories from the COVID-19 and lockdown in terms of entrepreneurship needs, the surgical mask, sanitizer, ventilator, shopping, students and schools, where this all innovation happens using the technology innovation products came into the market with innovative startups. Self-reliance has been tapped in market and indigenous mass production, that is conventional MSME. Startup face multiple challenges compared to the conventional MSME. The last speaker, Mr. Siddhi, research scholar, Center for Public Administration and Policy, Virginia Tech, Virginia, USA, delivered on key determinants of entrepreneurship, the status of per capita entrepreneurship in India. Stated explaining about the GDP of the world, what are the ratio of the countries sharing in terms of GDP, entrepreneurship growth and export surplus. There are the different aspects, number of startups per capita, other startup ecosystem, survey rate of startups, and he also expressed the importance of cultural research and development needs for the focus on the entrepreneurship and startups. The validity section has been started after the technical section. The special letters given by Dr. Musiba, Founder Director, FAEP, and Associate Scientific Director, Molecular Biology, Post Diagnosis, USA, focus on the preparing on for an emergency surveillance investigation, health services, clinical management, preventing illnesses, and then the importance of the research and development in terms of health. And the test of how clinical laboratory system are collapsing in India, then how to fix the public health system in India, highlighted UNESCO report on research and development where India need to focus on. They expressed on his whole life, he expressed his whole life goal on setting up several laboratories through the public-private partnership. The validity exercises were given by Professor Rajiv Jain, Director, Cultural and Cultural Relation, Pondicherry University. He talked about the importance of promoting indigenous instruments, culture of internship in the youth of our country. The changes need to bring into evaluation of more startup entrepreneurs. Then the vote of thanks is going to be proposed by Dr. C. Satish Kumar, Assistant Professor, Department of Social Work, Pondicherry University. Thank you.
Thank you, Arul, for presenting very short and sweet summary. And I think that thing could have been done in such short time. So thank you. And I would now request Dr. C. Satish Kumar, Assistant Professor, Department of Social Work, Pondicherry University, to propose vote of thanks.
Thank you, Saga. I hope I'm audible and visible.
Yes, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So, first of all, we have come to the end of one-day international webinar on entrepreneurship and startups. A way forward for Atma Bharat. First of all, I would like to thank the university authorities, starting from the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Gurmeet Singh, and the Director, Professor S. Balakrishnan, Studies, Educational Innovation and Rural Reconstruction, and the other Director, Professor Rajiv Jain. Just now he has delivered his valedictory address, and the Registrar, Dr. Chitra Ma'am, for their wonderful support towards this international webinar for the successful event. Thank you very much for all of them for their valuable support. And also I would like to thank our dean, Professor P. Murthy, School of Social Sciences and International Studies, for his valuable involvement towards any initiative taken by our department. Is always support with us and encouraging all the faculty members and students to have a more and more program like this. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And on the beginning, we had inaugural sessions. In the inaugural session, we had the keynote speaker, Mr. Geespoor, a good friend of our department, the social entrepreneur, Netherlands and India, for his wonderful presence. And is basically a nice person, jolly person, and we had a good time with our department. So thank you, guys. And in the last proposed vote of thanks by our professor, Swagin Sultana, for her valuable presence during this international webinar. And we had we had some sessions. We have 4 speakers were there. And first of all, Dr. G. Krishnamurthy, the Director, Foundation for Catalyzing Rural Transformation, Anand, Gujarat, India, has given a wonderful talk on about the model of Amul entrepreneur system. So we thank wholeheartedly for his wonderful presence and time, valuable time spent with us. And next, Ms. Anjali, National Coordinator, Fair Trade Towns. She has given a lead speak of being a paradigm shifter during this pandemic, and her input also very useful in this webinar, and our students also very excited. We thank you, ma'am, for your valuable time allotted to our department. Thank you. And the next speaker, Mr. Navneet Krishnan, DGM and L&T Shipbuilding Chennai, for his contribution of India's startups during COVID-19 towards self-reliance. His session also was very nice, and we thank you, sir, on behalf of the department and my own. And the next speaker, Mr. Sagudir Rashid, all the way from US, and as rightly said by Dr. Iftagar, it's morning. We are entering the night, evening, and the early morning days. Because of us, we got up early morning and got ready, and has presented a wonderful session on the key determinants of entrepreneurship, status of per capita entrepreneurship in India. Was wonderful session, sir. Our students enjoyed. I saw the comments they left in the chat box. Thank you very much for your wonderful time, and wish you happy Diwali also. And we had a valedictory session in the valedictory. We had a special address by Dr. Mustafa. He is also from United States of America. For his valuable address. It was very useful to our students, as well as inspirational talk. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And the valedictory, we had a nice inspirational talk by our director, Professor Rajiv Jain. Thank you very much, sir, on behalf of our department, our HOD madam, Professor Nalini. Thank you. And I would like to thank the organizing committee members and faculty members of our department, starting from the head, Professor Nalini ma'am, and Professor Shahin, Sultana ma'am, and Dr. Anbusar, Associate Professor, Dr. Shankar Narayan, and Dr. Ilamurku, the guest faculty in the department. We thank you all for your wonderful support, involvement, moral support towards this international webinar. Thank you all. And I also would like to thank the youngest in the department and the webinar convener, Dr. Iftagar. He has taken wonderful effort. He has been busy for his time for about last 2-3 weeks for arranging all those things in a nice manner. So I thank on my own, my colleague, Dr. Iftagar, and I thank all the supportive people in the computer center for arranging all the network facilities for this webinar, especially the scholar Siva Prasad for his valuable time, and also just now we are given a report summary of this webinar by my own scholar Arul Tovin. Thank you, Arul, for the effort, interest towards this webinar, and not least all my students, second year MSW students, for your, though it is a late time and you are in the festival mood, you have participated in the webinar. Thank you all, and congratulations to the first year MSW students. Soon after they enrolled in the first year MSW here in our department, and this is the first international webinar, and many of the students are very interested and they are leaving commands to the speakers. I think it's a good sense of gratitude. I feel like thank you very much all the first year students, all my research scholars in the Department of Social Work, and the participants from other departments in the university and other places, other colleges, and from our own department. Thank you all once again. If I left anyone, don't mistake me. And I wish you all happy Diwali, safe Diwali. Don't play with fire. Okay. Thank you all very much. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for having this detailed vote of thanks. And I think you have covered everyone. So very thankful to you. And with this, we have come to the end of this program. And it's being recorded on YouTube as well. And we will reflect upon the ideas and deliberations shared by all the speakers and the dignitaries. And surely we'll try to implement and imbibe all those important information that we have received, and we will take up. And especially we are keeping in mind so many ideas that we have got. Surely we're going to implement with the class itself, social work students, at least from the first years and second years. If you could get a good number of budding entrepreneurs, and their very innovative ideas could churn out into a very wonderful a unicorn, I would say, a kind of big enterprise. So I hope with this we wish and my wishes to each and everyone. I also convey good wishes for the coming festival, Deepavali, in India and everywhere, where the people are in a mode of celebration. And we have seen even some of the resource persons who were also on journey. They have joined. They have taken all efforts to join, despite this festive mood. And also people from US joined in the odd time. I'm very thankful and grateful to all of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ifta.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Siva. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Govinathan.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Prasad. Siva Prasad, thank you, Pa.
Vargan, with you.
Thank you, Arul.
Thank you. Power went off. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Power come up, please.
Can you hear me?
Thank you, ma'am.
No, madam.
Hello?
Hello.
So your background is wonderful. Where you are sitting? I want to know. I think you are sitting somewhere in the resort.
Power went off.
UK. I'm sitting UK. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, Nani, ma'am. Thank you, Shine, ma'am.
Thank you, Sticker.
Background, nice, nice background.
Thank you.
Really, madam. Yeah. ரொம்ப டார்க்கா இருக்கு.
பார்க்கவே முடியல.
ஒண்ணுமே தெரியல சிங்கிங்க.
வேனோட ஷெட்.
என்ன பண்றது? என்ன என்ன சொல்றீங்க?
மேடம் என்ன இவ்வளவு இருட்டா இருக்கு? எனக்கு பவர் கட் ஆயிடுச்சா? டிராவல்ல இருக்கீங்களா? சரி சரி. Take care.
Okay. See you all. Have a Take care. Happy Diwali.
Happy Diwali, madam. Happy
Okay,
Diwali.
thank you.
Happy
Thank you.
Diwali. Good day, sir.
Shankar sir.
Thank you, Shankar sir.
Shankar sir.
Where is he? I think some problem. Connectivity issue
Thank
today.
you, இல்ல இந்த சார் தான் பிடிக்க முடியல.
நெட்வொர்க் தான் பெரிய பிரச்சனையா.
Occupation certificate வேணும் எனக்கு. சரி, அப்புறம் see you then offline. Take care.
Okay, madam.
And everybody. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Shine, madam. Ishta?
Yes.
Inga department.
No.
Department.
No. At home.
Madam, அப்படியே நிக்கிறாங்க.
Late evening.
Shaheen ma'am.
Maybe. Okay, sir. Finally,
Okay then.
I'm
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Farhan.
Farhan, the certificate will be taken care of. Don't worry.
Okay, bye. See you.